managing biodiversity and the ecosystems. Yesterday we had some opening remarks, and then as a group, we set some expectations. And one of those big expectations that really was on the center of the screen the whole time was networking. So I hope that you all remember that focus, that intent that you had, and are able to use this great space to network with other CSOs and other organizations today. We had two sets of panelists yesterday. The first focusing on the importance of data collection and really science-backed policy and making those good policy decisions. And we discussed how policies can span from individuals to businesses to organizations to governments and how that impacts us all. We then switched gears a little bit to talk about protected area management and how multiple different kinds of organizations are able to implement those policies that we discussed earlier to actually protect those areas. We then finally heard from OECS on stakeholder engagement. And I definitely want you all to keep some of those topics in mind today as we focus a little bit more on community engagement and how we can all engage a little bit more in environmental advocacy. Yesterday and today we also had our donors clinic running throughout the day. Please make sure to see Sherelle, if you can wave your hand in the back there, if you need any assistance with where those will be or what times. I believe they will be at the end of our lunch period and then at the end of the day today. So today we also have some other panelists and new speakers. We will be speaking on civil society organizations and community engagement with our first panel. We will then be hearing from Aneka Nicholas on environmental justice in Antigua and Barbuda. And then our last panel will have more of a focus on environmental advocacy. We will then be ending with a discussion around what's next. Where do we go after the discussions that we've had in these last 2 days? And how can we actually move forward with all the information that we've collected here? So with that, I'm going to invite up Janella Bradshaw to start our first panel for today. Thank you guys so much.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? It's day 2 of the conference, as Alex would have alluded. Day 1 was a success. Don't you agree? Yes, and who is excited about day 2? Exactly, and today we're talking about advocacy in action. We're all about action, no comedy. So, for today, we're going to start off our day with our deep dive session, and the focus is going to be on communities. We want to know what the different CSOs are doing in the community. So I'm going to invite our first panelist, which would be June Jackson from Guard Center. Please give her a round of applause. All right, June, yes, come on up. We're ready to hear from you. And then you could go and take a seat, June, anywhere you like. And then our next panelist would be Brent Georges from the Beekeepers Association. Come on up, Brent. And then we will be hearing from John Mustington from... Oh, they're together. Okay, great. So Brent and John Mustington are coming up, so you're surprising us today. I love this. All right. And our member from Sweets, Zentworth. Okay. All right, so great. So, you know what, ladies first, June. I'm going to invite you up for you to tell us what Guard Center is doing and to inform us, and then we'll take it from there.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to EAG for this opportunity.
Oh, June, you can go.
Huh?
So this is just a quick and you want to change it.
This one? Okay. My apologies. Okay, good morning once again. Thank you for this opportunity to be here with you and to speak about our center, our organization, what we do in the community, and how us as CSOs, NGOs, and other partners and stakeholders can join together to help the youth, more so men and women who are vulnerable in our community. I feel special sitting beside two gentlemen who are partners, one of them, Barbuda, and also a board member in the organization. So I feel blessed to be among them. And also, Brent Georges, who's a long-time facilitator at the organization. So I feel great being among them. I just want to briefly give you a synopsis of what we do at God Center. I had limited time, and if I was to share 33 years of what we do, we would still be here for almost. Right. So I will give you briefly what we do at the center. As I would have said, we have been in existence for 33 years. We must deal with the vulnerable community. Youth between the ages of 17 and 35, most times youth that persons would dismiss, thinking that they're too troublesome and, you know, they're not going to function in the academic arena. But we fill that gap in the community because we are able to give them vocational skills training, life skills development, and also an opportunity for job placements and internships. So what we do at the center over the past 7 years, we realized that diversification was very important. You had young people who were coming in saying, I want to be a chef, or I want to be a baker. And for us to fill that void, we had to partner with organizations who are going to be able to assist us as a center in giving them that opportunity. We have quite a bit of donor agencies who would have what we would consider scholarships for them, because we use that term to give them a sense of feeling that I too can get an opportunity for a scholarship. And a lot of times, these are the persons who, when they go on training, they would be settling in nicely. And I say that because we do resume writing, we do mock interviews, so we prepare them for the work readiness environment. So in the past 7+ years, we realized that young people wanted to do agriculture. However, there's a stigma to agriculture. And the stigma is it's dirty work, right? Dirty work meaning you have to dirty your hands, you have to labor, you know. I mean, in any work that you do, you have to labor, but just in a different way. So we had to come down and sit together with some of our partners to find out how can we create agriculture for them to love it, let's say love it. And in that engagement, we found out that there's something called climate smart agriculture. In that, they're able to do other areas of agriculture, to include hydroponics. Some persons got into learning how to inspect insects that may be infesting your farm, and just give them that exposure. And some of them gravitated to the niche of hydroponics. At the center, we do have a demonstration site. So we use that to teach them hydroponics in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and by extension division. So quite a lot of our technicians came through the Ministry of Agriculture, which is quite helpful. During COVID, when most persons thought that, okay, the center would not operate because of all the protocols that were in place, we were engaging with one of our donors, Milry Fund, and they said, you know, we would want you to create a program that includes backyard gardening. Still back to the labor work. But what we did as an organization is that we included the hydroponics, so you're able now not only to do the backyard gardening, but also to use hydroponics as another component. So when you finish that course, you're able to get what we call a mini hydroponics unit that each student was able to participate in actually creating the shape and the design with the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, because we had quite a bit of support from them during that time. So Millreef thought, okay, if this is successful, this is something we would want to see continuing at the center. And we actually did. Outlined here are some of the courses that we would have conducted and are still going to be conducting, because we already start the planning stage of the courses that we're doing. And we have been quite successful in, as I say, the hydroponics, the backyard gardening. We are now putting on what you call agriculture enterprise, teaching them now to use agriculture to create a business. And that is going to be our upcoming training, which should start anywhere between February and March. More than likely, later February. We also participated in a Jeff Small Grants funding, where we were able to do some engagement, some awareness sessions with some consultants in the North Sound area. And that was the first stage of that program. We also conducted some soap making. Now, that soap making course was very, very successful. And we were able, through a grant funding from Ecco, with the vetiver grass, and I would say, persons would look at me, what is vetiver grass? And I would say to people, it's a special grass. A grass that can be used not only for crafting, persons would create wines from it. We are able to use it in soaps because it can be used as an aromatherapy component. We have created, through those trainings, some pouches, aroma pouches, from the roots of the vetiver grass. I brought with me just a few handouts so you see what the grass is used for. However, initially that grass was brought in to assist us in using it down at the Cook's landfill, where we're planting them there for soil erosion. In terms of the leachate that goes down to the landfill, it was to use to help protect the area as well. We're still doing it. We're having some challenges, but we're continuing. As the challenges come by, we find methods and ways and means with the technician to see how we can correct it. We also have a green business component of the vetiver grass, where we had some participants who were trained in a workshop. They were able to get their businesses registered. There's one of them who she stood out so much that she was able to get like a seed funding from the project to help enhance her business to utilize the vetiver grass. I'm just briefly showing you the stakeholders who would have been very key in some of the courses that we would have done for the past 33 years. It's a long list. And I just wanted to mention just a few of them so that you're able to see how much we would have done with these partners over the past 33 years. So, we have our Sanders Foundation, and they are now on board again with us because they want to see how can the center use the community and create food security as well as a beautification site. So we're starting that course as well in the Pierce community, because that is coming onto the en route to Guard Center. So for us, when you're coming that way, you're able to see what food security can be when you go to the center. In addition to that project, we're able to include agro-processing. So they're going to be able to use those products that they would have grown and create, whether it is going to be blanching, freezing, whether it's going to be jams, jellies, based on the products they would have been planting. And we also have the CFLI Millreef Fund, Ecco. We have a partner in Barbados, COESL, who is a regional partner for us, and usually they try to engage us in other opportunities that might be available that we can participate in. So here, I won't go through all of them, but you can see from the list that our reach in terms of partner donors is quite a bit, and there's still more. So these are some pictures of activities that would have happened. I want to highlight these two buildings. This is the front and this is the back, my apologies. This building was donated through funds we received from the Japanese embassy in the Trinidad region. And this building is used for our commercial kitchen. Now, usually when we do our hospitality training, we used to partner with ABHTI, and the students would have to go up there. You have to get transportation for them. And you know, it was kind of taxing on some of them, especially because we're dealing with the type of young people. So for us, this came in very, very key during COVID. We had to get permission for our contractors to continue to work during that period in order for us to meet the deadline for the completion of this building. So you would see us there at different areas, some of our partners who would have done some capacity building with us, as well as students participating in workshops that are created to help them in the right direction as to where do I want to be. This is the site at the Cook's Landfill where they're planting the vetiver grass. We are in the process of planting the grass for sale in potting bags. So that process is going to be with the participants who would have learned how to handle this particular grass. As I say, it is not any grass, it's our special grass because you use it for injection. When I say injection, you use it in drinks, you use it in, some people put it in other food components. Because one young lady is now doing, pepper sauce, where she makes vetiver vinegar in order to make, yes. So you see, it is not only for the landslide and all of that component, but it's also used as an added value. This is us here at the Interpretation Center. We planted some there when the technician from Trinidad came in to assist in the area as well, because when you actually use it for the landscaping component, it is very, very beautiful. You just have to maintain it just like any other floral arrangement you have in your yard. Then we would have utilized the hydroponics component, and we went into schools. So some of the schools would have received mini hydroponics units so that they were able to do something in the agriculture section of their classes. So one school received hydroponics unit because they had about 4 of the students who participated in the training during the summer of 2020. And these are some of the farm attendants that are employed by the government in some of the schools. And this is what they're doing in terms of the hydroponics setup with the lettuce. These are other activities we conducted during the COVID season. We had soap making, and we had a sewing course, which was very, very popular. The only challenge was that we conducted it in the evening, and you know everybody got to be home before 6 o'clock, because 6 o'clock should not reach you on the road. Some persons were not happy because we had to conduct it during the day. But at the end of the day, persons were able to create a bedroom setting. And when I say bedroom setting, I mean bedroom setting. Pillowcases, cushions, some of them did sheets, and they did their own curtains from this particular training course. As you can see, we have the partners here doing that down at the Ministry of Extension. They're here working on their setup for the hydroponics unit. That's one of them that they actually took home. But they had to be participating in creating it for themselves. This is inside of the commercial building. These are the stuff that were donated to us by meal refunds, so we're still ongoing in terms of setting it up. We would have participated as well in Arbor Day. Sanders Foundation came in, their baking class came in, and the chefs came and showed them how to actually decorate a cake in the correct way. So we would also be able to show them from our baking course how they do basic baking and decorating, so the community can now get edible, nice, attractive cakes. As you can see, we're in Barbuda. This activity took place during an activity we have annually, GEW, Global Entrepreneurship Week. Because of our entrepreneurship component of our focus, we partner with an organization, Global Entrepreneurship Congress, whose services are approximately 200 and something countries. And annually, we put on activities during a week in order to highlight, bring entrepreneurs to the forefront. So we went to Barbuda because we had a competition, And one of the students, this is the Holy Family? Both of them? This is so much, okay, this young lady, she did a drawing, and she was the third runner-up in this particular competition. We had the other two who were from Antigua. These are some of the activities we do with the young people. These are women learning how to do backyard gardening. These are some of the participants learning the beekeeping component. And as you can see, the tutor here is showing her how to set up her own mini hydroponics unit. This is a school here. We normally do what we call field visits with the schools. They get excited. Whenever we have something going on, we invite them. And they're able to come and pick corn and okras. So they learn. We walk through the field and talk to them about what we are doing. And we roast them. We roast them for sale. So most of the times, we'll have somebody who takes them. Okay. And I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, June. That was great to learn about what all the God Center is doing. And they're up to a lot of things. Up next, we're going to hear from Brent Georges and John Mustington. So give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Well, I know you can hear me. Good morning. Mr. Mustington and I are here on behalf of the Antigua. Good morning again. Mr. Mustington and I are here on behalf of the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative, which also extends to Barbuda as well. Mr. Mustington and the Barbuda component is very essential to the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative because bees run throughout the length and breadth of Antigua and Barbuda, and they are very important to all of us in this room. When everyone hears bees, they think about honey, but there are greater components involved that affect everyone, every single household.
And I hope you don't think about bees as being stung.
All right, so just to give you a little intro, this lovely flower that you see the bees on is something that we have abundant in Antigua called the logwood flower, right? It produces one of the best honeys that is worldwide, renowned worldwide. And in Barbuda, work has begun in terms of saving the logwood and making efforts to have this honey be put on the map to be recognized as part of, how do I put that? One of
A unique product that is only available in a specific unique area. So you call it a geographic indicator. So it's trademarked that way.
And coming out of Barbuda.
Yes, so in terms of that particular aspect of it, we're actually working now to get that put on the map as something which is unique. Now, what does that have to do with environmental concerns, advocacy, and stuff like that? All right? Now, to keep it simple, we are all sitting in this room. Suppose your neighbor was actually standing on your foot and you had a sore foot. If you kept quiet, will it solve the problem?
No.
So the natural response is to say something, to make noise, to give an indication that something is wrong. And that is the essence of what advocacy is all about.
And
Persons making a noise.
And that is where the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative comes into play.
Right.
As the name says, or as our logo says, or as our motto says, protect the environment. The Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative has been in existence since the late 1980s. And currently, we are still in existence. And again, we are holding true to our motto, which is protect the bees and protect the environment. So hence the reason why I'm very happy to be here this morning to say something on behalf of our bees and, of course, what some of the things that are happening with regards to our bees.
Okay.
Technology.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
so why bees, of course. Again, everyone thinks about honey. But when we look into bees, we think about more than just honey. Everyone loves honey, of course. But of course, without the bees, there would be no pollination services. Most of us, even backyard gardeners, rely on the activity of the bees to have their crops protected. Pollinated. When you look around Antigua, 70% of what we eat or more depends on the action of these little lovely insects that come buzzing around that persons think will sting them. But in fact, they're actually ensuring food security for everyone. Of course, with the action of the bees as well, we have biodiversity. Of course, food security, and of course, it encourages the balance of the environment because of the fact that bees pollinate most of these little flowers that you see in order for them to reproduce and produce more so that there's a greater abundance of these trees that we see around.
Okay, and a very important aspect of this, why bees? Insects in general are very important, and bees happen to be a type of insect that is amazing in terms of what they do. Now, bees produce honey, and that's how they live. It means they have to be experts at finding out what plant has what flower that they can feed on. How is that important in terms of environmental monitoring? Put it this way. Those of us in the room who are old enough to remember an Antigua and Barbuda maybe 50 years ago, one of the things you would remember is the abundance of insects and those sorts of things. The younger ones may not be. And those older would actually maybe recognize that today there just aren't as many insects as you remembered later on. When last did any one of you hear a cricket chirping in the night or certain other sounds? Once we have reached to that stage, look out for trouble. Because if those insects on the front line, they are not able to survive because of something going wrong, bet you at some point that wrong thing is going to catch up to you as humans. So bees are an indicator. It so happens that we get byproducts from them, but as Brent said, all our food you can link to what they do. The biodiversity part of it, that is another key component. Biodiversity has to do with the number of different things, species we say, in an area. The fewer the number you have, the less hardy the entire whole is going to be to survive any change. If you have this room where everybody is susceptible to the flu, and if you catch the flu, you will go into a reaction and you die. If everybody is the same, no diversity, then it only takes one flu, everybody gone, our species done with. Now, the reality is many of you will not react the same way. Some persons will survive a bout of flu, and those persons will carry on, and your children will carry on that. So biodiversity, the more diverse you have the situation, the stronger the environment will be, and you are the environment. Now, with beekeeping and bees, if you see something going wrong with them, then it tells you that we are in trouble. And beekeepers are the ones who are closest to bees, and so they will be able to detect that there's something going wrong.
Okay, so what have we done at the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative, and by extension Barbuda, to ensure the long-term survival of bees? I see some of our partners in here. I saw our representative from the Global Environmental Fund, Ms. Lawrence. Oh, there she is. Good morning, Ms. Lawrence. We also have the Guard Center, again, one of our strategic partners. We also have Ecco, headed by Mr. Craig Thomas. And of course, to some extent, the government of Antigua and Barbuda. What we have done is we've embarked on a path of advocacy at the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative and been supported by our NGOs such as the Jeff Fund to ensure that we have continuous programs to ensure the long-term survival of our bees. We've engaged in the training of the beekeepers, which goes a long way because before COVID hit, and COVID was a negative, yes, but for the Antigua Beekeepers Cooperative, there was some positivity coming out of that because of the fact that it highlighted the importance of honey and natural remedies to ensure that we can get over things like the flu. But we had persons coming in who were interested in honey, 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 and they were going out and destroying all of our hives. With the Jeff Foundation, we said, okay, we can do some training of our beekeepers. We had, in conjunction with Ecco, we had 20 persons trained under that program. And then we did some more training again with the Jeff. But then we had another program that came on board that trained 80 women. So hence the reason why persons were now aware of what was taking place and what to do in terms of conservation. That is part of what we do. Of course, as it said, conservation advocacy, tree planting. Without the trees, we have no bees. And of course, networking. One of our strongest aspects that we have is networking. We network with local agencies, regional agencies, and international agencies to guide us in terms of our policy, planning, and decision making when it comes to bees.
Yes. And it's very important that that networking take place. Personally, if every single person in here will become a beekeeper, we'll be in good stead in terms of keeping an eye on what's happening in our surroundings. I don't know how many of you are aware that, for example, developed countries, North America in particular, they have been seeing some very serious situations in terms of entire colonies of bees are just dying. They call it sudden colony death. It took a while to figure out what was going on, and some of the things, information that's coming out, it's basically how the societies run, the number of pesticides, and the particular persistent pollutants that are getting into the food chain, which are killing off the bees. And we now know that those persistent organic pollutants can mess up our own hormonal systems. So if it is in Antigua and Barbuda that we are still fairly healthy, then the more eyes and persons involved in things like beekeeping, the more you'll be able to keep tabs on what is going on. And when a particular company, Ministry of Agriculture, decides that they're going to bring in and start using the nicotinoids, these are a particular class of insecticides, then you'll say, no way, because we have seen what has happened in other places, and we can start advocating and spread the word that this is not good.
Okay, so just to wrap up, because I saw my flag go up, and thank you very much. We have been doing the adaptation of measures which ensure we prepare for potential threats. We know that we have hurricanes, droughts. We have gone the way of trying to plant more trees, as I mentioned before, but in addition to that, we have decided to do a queen rearing program, again, sponsored by Jeff, which would ensure that just in case anything was to happen, any natural disaster was to happen, we would have some bees here locally that can resupply what we should have. The program starts next month in Barbuda, and then we bring it to Antigua, so that we can have long-term survival in terms of our bee population and our pollination services. We also work with regional and international agencies. We also do training and, of course, knowledge exchange. One of the biggest pluses that we've had coming out of COVID is the adaptation of technology in terms of Zoom to have meetings. So instead of having a presenter come from St. Lucia, we could have him virtually, and there would be more persons who would be trained in terms of what we want to do and to save our bees and, by extension, the environment.
Yes. And so my final word is that if you're able, get into beekeeping, keep an eye on your surroundings, and beekeeping is one way of getting out into the open, keeping tabs on what's going on, the flowers, the fresh air, and it's an early warning signal in terms of things going wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you. You can keep the mic up there. Thank you for all our presentations today and presenters. It was great. I've learned a lot. But audience, I know you're burning with questions. I know you are writing in those notebooks that we gave out to you. Do we have any questions for our panel? All right, the hands are up. I love it. Let's start over here with my friend in the blue or aqua.
Good morning, everyone. Very insightful and informative presentations indeed. The first question to Ms. Jackson. You mentioned backyard farming. Is there any courses for commercial farming? And then the question to, oh boy, Mr. Mussington. There is a fear about bees because I've been stung by bees before. We were searching for a lady in my community that was missing, and we went up into the Burma quarry trying to find her. We did locate the body, but by the time we got there, a lot of bees rushed out at us, so we were stung from head to toe. Ended up in the hospital. So how do we get rid of this fear that they don't attack us? Because you said we can be beekeepers, but how is that possible without us being attacked by them?
Let me deal with the first one first, the last one first. Bees are very strong advocates. And the reason they sting you, and that sting is so painful, is to let you be aware that you are treading on their turf, you're doing something that is likely to harm them. Awareness is key. If you understand bees, you can pick up the signals very early. If you approach a hive, a colony, you're going to hear the buzzing. Bees will actually come and buzz first, and they will actually pop you, kind of tap you first. If you still don't move and just not paying attention, they will actually tag you with a pheromone. And that pheromone is a target for all other bees to start stinging. So once you hear, you understand, just quietly back off. That's all.
That's it.
Okay, so I'll
Yes, you're on.
I'm on?
Yes.
Okay, I'll respond to. Okay, I'll respond to the commercial component. Our target group is between 17 and 35. What we've been trying to do over the years is at the end of a training is to get like a cooperative among the participants who would have completed it. Now, it's a challenge, yes, because for something like that, you want to have funding to at least give them something at the end of the week to, to propel them to continue together. And that has been a challenge. Now, commercial you don't want to take out of a young person's hand something that is going to help their families. And if we're going to say, let's go commercial, what of the young people who would have already started? Because a commercial person would have them funds to actually do whatever they have to do. But when you look at a young person, they have to take baby steps to get that funding so that their backyard garden can turn into a commercial garden. So, we don't venture into that because we don't want to step on the young people's feet because we say we're empowering them.
Okay, sorry, just a follow-up question to that, because you said the youth, 17 to 35, I am 43, but what I realized, I got into farming 2 years ago roughly. I went in as a novice, and there is no educational program through the Ministry of Agriculture that had helped me or other farmers that started up. So this is why I posed the question to you at Guard Center. And to really do your own research, because that's what I had to do, go and interview other farmers. I had to go on YouTube, the new university, and help myself. And I had to try to, basically lead my way through it. So it would be a necessity, I would say, for age groups like me, above 35, to get that kind of education.
Okay, I want to add something here. We have creatively, during COVID, extended the age group because what we found out during that time, there are a lot of women, and I say women who were unemployed, underemployed, and head of single mothers' households. So what we did during that period, we extended the age group to 50. I'm sorry you didn't hear that. But we still have it going on. You can still reach out to us. We will give you some information based on what we have coming up so that you're able to get it, because Ministry of Agriculture Extension, when Guard Center calls and say we have a course, do you have the time? One thing I can say with them, they always respond. They will say this is the available time. And during those trainings, what they do is they let them know, okay, this is what the Ministry of Agriculture can do to assist you. It may not be much, but at least they get some form of assistance. Sometimes they get some duties off of things that they're bringing in for their own farm. So we extended it a little bit. So you're still in the age.
All right. Did we have the next question? Okay, let's go at the back. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas, climate smart agriculture, is that a sort of UN fancy technical word for what I know as permaculture?
Yes, precisely.
Whoever wishes to answer. Just so you know that, I mean, I think permaculture is something for our future, with backyard gardeners and everything else, because you're relying on less inputs, etc. And thank you for the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Rulio.
Thank you all for some very great talks. I have a question regarding bees. What do we know about our wild populations in terms of, has there been any like assessments of these populations, of the threats that they're facing, of pressures, what we can do about them? And I ask this kind of against the background that I've seen a couple of videos recently on Instagram of persons hiking to beehives and cutting beehives. So I'm just curious about, do we have any information about what the current status of the wild populations of bees are?
Yes, the short answer to that is the wild population has been challenged. There is a disease, varroa mite, and that has been spreading through the world. And it reached the Caribbean a few years ago, and it literally wiped out the bee population in Antigua. It did not extend to Barbuda. We were fortunate in that we still do not have varroa. Now, since that time, naturally the bees have been able to recover. One of the main reasons they were able to recover is because of those wild populations. We would love to have those wild populations remain because they are the buffers and they are diverse. So a disease like varroa will come through and some will survive, and from then on, there will be a resistant population. So really and truly, the wild population is not strong enough in our opinion. We would like to have more because that is the sustainability of the beekeeping industry. And what we really need to do is to try to enhance that as much as possible. And awareness is key. Some persons see in a wild beehive, the first thing they do, they go for the can of flit and decide to kill it. We need to spread that message. You do not kill bee colonies. We have experts who can solve the problem for you, do a clean remove.
In an environmentally friendly manner, most importantly. Because the message that we want to put forward is that we need to protect our bees, we need to save our bees. Because Rulo and I were having a conversation about 2 nights ago where persons are going out into the rocks, into the caves, and destroying our bee populations. Back in 2006, back in 2007, when there was global colony collapse disorder taking place, Antigua and Barbuda managed to return to some semblance of normalcy in a relatively short period of time. Why did this happen? It's because of the fact that our wild bee populations gave us bees for us to work with. As they swarmed, they came down to the villages, beekeepers were called, we went, we got the hives, and Antigua was able to bounce back in a relatively short period of time. I remember a story back in 2006, 2007, where a visiting beekeeper from St. Kitts came to Antigua and said that they only had 2 colonies in St. Kitts. Antigua was far ahead of that because of the fact that no one was taking out the hives that we have in the rocks or in the towers. These are things that we need to safeguard. Measures must be put in place to safeguard these bees because they supply us with raw natural material that we need just in case there is some sort of colony collapse again. And in addition to that, wild bees cope better with natural disasters.
All right, fantastic. So we will be asking just for one more question for Brent and George. So do we have any more questions for them? Okay, yes. Leroy? Oh. Rafika? Okay, you have, okay. All right, so let's go with Leroy first, and then Rafika, don't worry, just don't let go of the mic.
15 minutes. She said 15 minutes. So
Good morning. My question is regarding to a lot of the activity that I see going on presently in Barbados in regards to the clearing of properties and all that. And if we're going to be depending on the logwood trees and all that for the propagation of the honey for the honeybees, why is it that we have no set guidelines in place at this point in time so that we can protect these things at this stage? Development is good, but in all honesty, I believe that development has to be coincided with the people. And it has to be done according to how the people develop, not you push it ahead and then the people catch up. And I figure that's what's happening in Barbados at this time, and we need to have some kind of guideline and guidance on how we move forward.
The very short answer to that is that guidelines are in place. A third of Barbuda is actually protected national park land, Ramsar site. So what is actually happening is a situation where policymakers are ignoring the laws and regulations that are in place, and that is why it is important that as citizens we use the tool of advocacy. And I'm hoping later in the conference you will get some hints as to some of the things that can be done, but it's the situation which I described. Somebody is standing on your corn. If you keep quiet, they will continue to stand there. So that's the answer. We need to make some noise.
All right, thank you. And Rafika, your question, quickly.
Mic check, okay. I just need to give Guard Center a plug. I was the national winner for Entrepreneurship World Cup, I think in 2021. Went to regionals to promote Antigua and Barbuda, and I just recently turned 35, so I know it feels like to say you're no longer a youth. And what I've done is advocate and become advisor to persons that are younger than me, especially with regards to having the experience still and not expiring. So that's how I keep my mind fresh. And in regards to the bees, some of them are very far in the bushes. How do the technicians find them? Or do you depend on persons hiking and making a video to say, I found a beehive?
Social media is a very powerful tool right now. Most persons take social media and post stuff. And once it's posted, it's shared. For a person like me, I'm not on Instagram or whatever it is, but you get the WhatsApp videos coming through. And that is how we find out about these colonies that are potential threats to you when you're doing your hikes. Once we know about it, we come and we remove it, not destroy it, but we remove it. So once that happens, feel free to contact us and we'll come and remove it for you.
And now that you know, Beekeepers Association, pay attention.
I want to add to that. We have some young beekeepers who are very vibrant from our last training. I know the trainer who actually did the training for us was trained by Brent. He's now doing the training, and let me tell you, they're so active. Sometimes, I mean, we usually have a group chat when we have training. This group chat don't close down. And you see regularly what activities that they're doing. I mean, we actually saw when one guy's face was tongue swollen up, but guess what?
For the love of it.
That's still not deterring him.
For the love of it.
For the love of it. And then they actually show you when they're harvesting their honey. And we said to them, you need to market your products. People wouldn't know you have honey if you don't market it, you know? So I know some of them would have completed some forms with the Beekeepers Cooperative, and that is what we love, the collaboration, especially when you're empowering young people. Right. That's my contribution to that.
I would like to make one more plug there. Ms. Jackson mentioned the visit of the Japanese embassy that came to Antigua some years ago.
Right.
When they were coming down, somehow or the other, they found my number and called me and asked me for some bottles of Antiguan honey. It's because of the fact that Antigua's honey, or Antigua and Barbuda's honey, has such a big reputation in the international market that they needed some of what we have locally. And we take this for granted, and persons are going out there and destroying the hives. But my advice to them is, please do not destroy the bees. Destroying the bees, you're affecting the environment, you're affecting everyone in Antigua, and more so Barbuda. Yes. And their livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Sorry, we just have a Zoom question for you both, Brent and John, before you go. And the person says, Amira, is there a way to remove bees who have invaded a home, moved into the walls without having to remove or alter the home? Definitely not using chemicals.
Yes, definitely. There's technology that we can use. First line of thing would be to actually open up the wall and do it. You can do it from outside or inside. If the homeowner doesn't want that and has time on his or her hands, then we can do what is called a trap out. And over a period of time, you can actually coax those bees out completely and harmlessly.
Okay, so they can call the Beekeepers Association for this?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Okay, thank you guys so much. So we have a little surprise. We're going to welcome Zentworth David. Oh,
Do we have one more question?
One more question? Yes.
I was curious, if I want to get a beehive in my neighborhood, do I have to ask the people around me for permission to do so?
Currently, we have no legislation or laws in Antigua which govern the placement of beehives in a property. But hopefully, this is being taken to an extreme right now, but the short answer is no. But we would advocate that before you decide to place a beehive anywhere in your neighborhood, you contact an experienced beekeeper so he can guide you, so that it would be safe for both you and the surrounding homeowners.
All right, thank you. So give a round of applause. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate your presentation. And now we're going to welcome Zentworth David from the Sweets Village Unveiled. Yes, June, you can stay seated. So please give Zentworth a round of applause, man. Thank you. Mic check.
Good morning. My name is Zentworth David of Sweets, and I'm the president of the Sweets Village Uncovered Group. And I'm here to make a small presentation to you, and I hope and trust that it will be received. Okay, our motto for Sweets Village Uncovered Group is to restore Sweets to being a beautiful, healthy, and self-reliant community. And to this, as part of our motto is to actually do just that. We are engaged at the present moment in cleaning up campaign in the village of Sweets. We have done that on one occasion, and it has deemed as a great success. And also, it is to change the mindset of members, some of the members of our community. When we had started, members of the community, they would actually scoff at what we are doing. And so just a few weeks ago, we had our opening, and we make sure that we invite those people, some of those people, so that they can see some of the things that what we're doing and so on. And even the cleaning up, which was deemed as a success in the village of Sweets. We cleaned the whole village, and actually even the bulk waste, we have trucks from the village and members of our community that pitched in and was there to help with the cleaning. Changing the mindset of the people is, sometimes we already have a group known as CASCOM in Sweets, and because of that, having another group now, they believe that we will conflict one with the other, and so we have to do things to, let them see, well, we are not competing with the other group. And so with that, we were able to, as it were, surprise a lot of people when we had our opening, when they saw what we were doing and so on. They were really surprised. We have a tank initiative in Sweets in our group. giving out tanks to the community. We gave out about 15 tanks that hold up to 1,000 gallons of water. They cost about $2,000 each. And so I think that too impressed the community that we were able to do that. Also, we are targeting members of the community, like the younger people and even the children. One of our members, she just recently, she was trying to, she volunteered to work with the little children in craft and things of that nature. And well, of course, she's also a teacher, and so she is in that kind of business. And so I think we are going places with that. She is desirous of teaching her peers and also the little children that are coming up. Of course, we have quite a few children that are around that community and so on. And so she is volunteering to do that. We are also encouraging backyard gardening. And so all those people who have a tank in their yard, of course, those who receive a tank from us, we are encouraging a backyard gardening. And this is to help the community. And what we are doing is that when you would have had your garden, when you would have planted whatever you plant, whatever fruits, vegetables, is that you give back to the society. We encourage those who have, if it is cucumber, if it is potato, whatever fruit, whatever vegetable, you give back to the community, you share it around, even the seedlings, you share it around so that we can be more self-sufficient in our community. And I think that it has been working, and we are grateful for that. We also have a greenhouse that we have built. It's small, but at the same time, our main purpose for that is to actually plant our little seedlings, or seedlings, whatever you call it, and when they're grown, we distribute to our community. And so you, in turn, after your whatever is grown, you will share with the community. And in that way, we would actually be, allowing the villagers to be self-sufficient. And that is part of our aim. We try to do things to enhance our community, of course. The last time we did a cleanup, we were able to get trucks from the village, and well, of course, we let them know that it's not for pay, and so on. Of course, we had a little stipend that we gave them at the end, but we just want them to be involved in the spirit of communityism, and so on. And so with that, they came out, and all the members of our group, we were all uniformed, and so in that case, we were picked out from the community, and we went out and we do our cleaning, and the people, they put out their bulk waste, and thanks to our members, they came out and they cleaned. And also, it is a continuous thing. It is, we have a program from the Jeff Grant, and of course, we are able to do that, and we are expecting that it will be a continuous thing. It will be, and we are expecting to, we expect that the government will cooperate with us, and send out their big trucks whenever we call upon another cleanup day, and so on and so forth. Okay. You know, when we were rolling out our tanks, members of the community were so, you know, how should I put it? They were so elated or whatever it is. Many of them would like to join our group from that. Because during that time we heard that there were tanks given out by the government, but of course they could not be compared to our tanks.
Yes,
And so we were so happy when I went to one of the neighborhood. They were asking if I work for major distributors, you know, and I let them know, no, this is a Sweets Village Uncovered initiative. And we were able to do that. As I said, we gave out, we distributed 15 of those large tanks, some of the largest tanks that you would have seen in the neighborhood. And people were wondering from day to day, they see trucks passing, and so we, the part of the group, we were bombarded all the time about somebody wants to come, a new member of the group. Some people want tanks, and so on and so forth. And we let them know, of course, you have to join the group. Part of that initiative is that we actually encourage people to join the Sweets Village Uncovered group. And so far that has been working out. We have had members of the community joining the group. Of course, in any group, you'll have those who would have left the group, but thanks that those who have come are more than those who went. And so we are grateful for that. And actually, we have those educated ones and the not so educated ones like myself. And, you know, it's a group that is made up of all kind of people. And glad to know that we have in our group, one is a former nurse, and one is a former headmistress. And we, at the present time, we have 3 teachers in our group. And thanks be to that. Okay, so our backyard gardening, that too is taking on momentum. And one of the things that we are thinking of doing, well, we have started, but due to the drought a few months ago, we were not able to continue to plant our cassava. We tried to plant bitter cassava to make what we call, maybe most of you here might not know, bambula. But this is one of the things that we are trying to do in the Sweets community, to plant bambula so that, because this was one of the staple food that our foreparents used to eat every morning, actually, because they were not able to buy bread and to, you know, give a better breakfast. And so that forms part of the breakfast for each family, and so on. Despite of our cleaning up efforts, though, we still find out that we have, in a particular area in the village of Sweets, you know, some people will always be obstinate, and no matter how you try, you can't get them to do the right thing. And so the rubbish truck comes around at a particular time, and they choose to take out their trash the night before. And so by the time the morning breaks, when the truck is to pick up, all the trash are scattered by dogs. And you just wonder what you can do with a situation like that. Drums were placed there, and the drums were stolen. And so, what can you do with a situation like that? Our next effort, we think, is to have a one-on-one discussion with the members of the community and let them know, talk to them in an amicable way and let them know that it is for all of us health. If you clean up the area, if you do the right thing, clean up the area, you put out your trash. Sometimes the reason why they're doing it that way is that they don't want to get up in the morning to go out and take out their trash. They prefer to lie down, so they do it in the night. But it makes the community so unsightly. And so we hope and pray that good sense will prevail in that respect. Because we really want to have a healthy community, and by doing this, we want to have a healthy environment. You don't know, when you do that, you wouldn't like to have your trash in an area where flies and mosquitoes, etc., will infest it. And so we would not want to encourage having a bin in the village. One time it was done, and it did not help the community. And so we would like to actually have a one-on-one, audience with those people who are practicing this kind of behavior and so on, because we want to have a healthy, we want to have a cleaner, a healthy, and environment where people can enjoy life and so on, okay? Also, our group actually is, the main part of our group is to have a tourism project in the village of Sweets. And we actually have the oldest dwelling house in the village of Sweets. It is approximately 100 years old. And we have built an office on that spot, and also we have, well, let me say first, the house is called Blouse and Skirt House. And I am sorry that I could not make a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation as was asked to do, but to be honest, I am not too computer-minded, so to speak. And so we have that, we want to do a touristic tourism project in the village of Sweets, and to enhance that project, we have built quite a bit of artifacts, like the first house and, the first school and church building in the village of Sweets, which was about 160 years ago. It's not standing, so I built a replica of that, and we have it there so that we can display it in our, of course, we are thinking also to build a museum. That is our main goal, to build a little museum on that same spot at Sweets. That, I think, would have been the first museum, I believe, outside of St. John's, the city. And so we are planning to do that, and we have quite a bit of artifacts that we have built, so that when we would have finished that museum, we would have placed them there. With me, I have here some little trinkets that I have done, the group have done, and I would just like to, I might not be able to I would just like to put them, display them here for a while.
Very nice. Very lovely. I could eat some pad thai in that, man. Yes.
This you have to hold this on. That's like a bottle.
Wow. Yes. Zentworth, I think we can have an auction, you know.
Stop studying me. Don't worry for me. Don't worry about it. Everybody, come on, let we drink, drink. Anybody, everybody, come on, let we drink, drink. I drink and I drink till I fall in down. Yes, I drink until I get drunk. I never thought that I could have drink so much alcohol. I never thought I could have drink so much rum. I never thought I would have ever end up in the back of a carnival drunk. I never thought I would have ever end up on the front page of the papers because I'm a drinker and I live up to the name. Rum is all I think of. Watch it flowing through my veins. Right now the liquor keep calling me, and I know I can't get away. Right now there's no disturbing me. No way, no. Right now I'm taking a drink with Salmi, red name, and we don't want no problems. This is sweet time to get on bad and let's start carry on. I'm taking a drink with Salmi, red name, and we don't want no problems. This is sweet time to get on bad, boy. Anybody, everybody, come on, let we drink, drink. Anybody, everybody, come on, let we drink, drink. Jump in the middle of the road. But I'm exposed, putting on my freedom, taking off my clothes. Streets over, I'ma get out of control. Shake your bottom, get cock back and roll. Make way for the gun, badang, badang. All up we coming down, bang, badang, badang. Can just shake up your bam, balang, balang. You know we wait so long, la, lang, la, lang. I can't wait to be free, there's so much energy there inside me. See them gal bubbling up, watch them bumpers erupt, it's crazy. Nowhere else can you see me. One is that is we come and join in. I'll be there once a year.
All right. Did we enjoy these artifacts? Wonderful. Zoomers, I hope you had a close-up view. And Zentworth, do you have any additional comments to make before they ask you some questions?
Okay, except to say our group also has been engaged in grinding bush into powder.
Oh, wow.
This one is this is a mango bush.
Oh.
Mango bush.
Yes, what do we do with this powdered bush?
Okay, instead of okay, let us say, well, some of them are teas.
Okay.
So, yeah. You can smell them because they have some of them have a nice aroma. And so the teas, of course, it's like nunu, like mint and those kind of things. They are actually plants that don't have a long lifespan.
Okay.
So they will die out in a few months. So rather than allowing them to die out, and then because we suffer from drought,
yes,
you would want to have them, you would want to preserve them. So you have to dehydrate them and dry them and grind them.
Okay.
And the first one that I did was the lemon the lemon that we use, the peelings for the lemon.
Yes.
And you grind them fine into powder.
Okay.
And orange, I usually save the orange skin because they are good for many things. You know, like the what do you call the thing that was going around a few years ago? The sickness there that
COVID?
COVID. The lemon peeling would be very, very good for that. And also the orange. And I have kojo, I have orange, I have neem. Well, neem is good for like diabetes.
Okay.
And mango too is good for the diabetes. I have mango and I have guava at home.
Okay.
That I grind the leaves into powder.
Yes.
And so on. And so that's how it
Okay.
is.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Zentword. Honestly, I feel like I need to move to Sweet so I can get one of those water tanks, you know. But we will talk later. Do we have any questions from the audience? All right.
Not necessarily. Well, this is fantastic. I think they deserve a resounding round of applause for this. It is.
Thank you.
My background is tourism, so this I was very alert. But about 6 months ago, there was a project, and it would please you to know that we have developed a tour around the Blouse and Skirt House. So I think there is an opportunity here for some partnership and collaboration, which speaks to what we started out with today, networking. And so I've seen the Blouse and Skirt House. I've gone there. It's an amazing story. It is definitely something that the international world now is looking for. When you look at niche tourism, that's right up that alley. Community and heritage tourism as well tie back into this. But what I really like is the end product, the ability to do a one-stop shop with a very rounded experience. So when you leave your start point, you hear the story of what you see on the way there, but once you get there, what I would encourage you to do is have something hands-on. Have something that they can do on the spot. People love to know that they can make something. So whether it be grinding the teas or making soap or whatever, even though they can't be a part of the entire process, if they can be part of the process, it will augment well for the visibility as well as the whole experience. And you have the right woman sitting on stage with you to really move this along. And this is not just a single component activity, but I think pretty much everyone in the room in some way could contribute to what you're doing in Sweets. So kudos to you. I would suggest you have a talk with Nurse Wong and Senator when you're through, because they have already gone ahead of you and developed a tour that is coming. The intention is to come and visit the Blouse and Skirt House. So they are already, the glass is half full. In addition to that, it's a separate project altogether, but the idea was for it to be marketed internationally. So we are moving on to phase 2. We're a bit delayed, but before you know it, it may be on an international, what we call that, search engine to be sold on your behalf. So congratulations to you, and I leave you to have that conversation, and I'll talk with you a little later.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
I stand as the former director of Community Development Division, feeling very grateful to see the accomplishment. Because this started as a project some 3, 4, 5 years ago. but the delays and different things. So I feel extremely proud. I was at the opening, but I have to let you know in the public how proud I am to see that this come to fruition. My only little disappointment is not a disappointment, but I always say that, is that Freetown started with you, along with the Wallens Nature. It was 5 groups, projects that was selected for the community tourism. We're almost there. There are several challenges, but Freetown is a little behind due to constraints beyond our control. But we're closer there. So I feel proud that you have reached the pinnacle, and to let Miss Henry know that you have already started having some things there. So anytime you go to the tour, there's always something, and they will expand on it. So I just stand to commend you, and I feel so elated.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Sasha.
You and the team, sorry, not you. You and the team.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay, Nate, Sasha.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sasha Middleton. I currently manage the Marine Ecosystems Protected Area Trust, also known as the MEPA Trust. I just want to commend the work that the Streets Uncovered has been doing. The MEPA Trust has actually been one of the partners with Streets Uncovered as well through Ruth Spencer. And we've actually did a case study with the Streets Uncovered to highlight the work that they're doing. And I'm telling you, the visibility is amazing. Like, the support that people have been seeing, the work that the people have done. I've actually had the opportunity to visit the Blouse and Skirt, and I'm telling you, the amount of work that they put in, they make wines, jewelry, these beautiful products. Like, they have a wide array of different people in there with so many different talents and skills, and so I just want to applaud you on that. One of the questions that I just want to ask is for you to just highlight for me, like, some of the challenges outside of the drought that you may encounter as a group.
One of the challenges? Well, some of the challenges is, as I was stating earlier, not much really, is it only that some of the villagers, at first, they did not want us to go along with Swiss Village Uncovered. And we let them know that this does not have anything to do, we are not trying to clash with CASCOM, the other group for the village. We are not trying to clash with them, but we are a separate group. And of course, I believe of late that after they have found out what we really are doing, they are coming on stream. Yeah. So.
All right, question at the front from Alicia.
Morning.
Morning.
Alicia George, Island Press Box, and with that Unplug. It's not a question, it's a statement, and I didn't want to wait till the end to say it. But I realized there's a lot happening. I thought there was a lot happening in regards to the environment and climate change, and then I came here and there is a lot happening. The problem is nobody knows about it, including myself, and I'm a journalist. So one of the things, or one of the goals of What That Day Unplugged, which is an online website that is solely dedicated to climate change stories, environmental stories, human interest stories, anything that could allow us in Antigua and Barbuda and the Eastern Caribbean to achieve the SDGs, it's on there. But it's just me, so it's difficult. So I was proposing yesterday, I was asking Arika if I could get everybody's number, but I think it's easier that perhaps persons take my number and call when they have something that they need covered, because we will come. We will do videos, we will write a story, we will take the photos, as long as we're invited. But we need to know so that we can tell other people. So my number is 783.
So get your pens in your little books, and you could put down Alicia George.
783-5801. And anybody who has Arika's contact number and didn't get that, she'll send it to you, I'm sure.
Perfect. So if you need anything covered, so Zentworth, if the Sweets community is doing anything, you can just call that number and she'll be right there. June?
Sure. I'm very happy to hear the actual skills component of this community. As I would have mentioned earlier, we are going to be doing a community development beautification to include agro-processing. And here I'm sitting, hearing a senior citizen says he grinds these leaves. We know what old people say some of these things are good for. And our commercial kitchen that we have is also to attract persons to utilize the kitchen in the community for something such as this. And that is why we are very, very, what should I say, very passionate about having this commercial kitchen developed so we can use commercial equipment. So you know the actual physical manpower and labor to go into it will be lessened because of the equipment that we have. I want to add as well, the collaboration in here is just outnumbered.
Yes.
I mean, I'm glad I came in person, Arika, thank you. I hear the marketing component coming out here, and you know, bring yourself visible. I can tell you the blouse and skirt initiative that I'm hearing here today, I heard it from an overseas partner.
Wow.
I never knew about it, and I heard about it last year, probably about October or so. And I said, my team and I need to go and visit to see exactly what it is all about. And you know, I mean, when you hear about these things, where are young people? Where are they? It is something that can be sustainable for them. But if they know it's labor intensive, some of them would back off. And for us, getting equipment that are going to lessen the labor intensive section of this particular skills training would be quite good and helpful for you guys. So I think quite a bit of collaboration in here can happen if key persons and partners sit together and come up with a project that can benefit all concerned. That's my contribution.
Yes. All right.
We have a question from Zoom.
Okay, on Zoom.
So first of all, it seems that everybody needs to go. So I think we need to organize next year, well, not even next year, this year, a field trip to the Blouse and Skirt House. Right? I think we all need to come and see. And the question from Zoom is whether the Blouse and Skirt House is open on the weekends. Is there a specific time that you can go, that somebody is there, etc.? Remember the mic? Yeah.
Okay, you mean like on a Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, a Sunday would be a good afternoon for that. A Sunday afternoon would be a good afternoon. Yeah, because when we had the opening, like a month and a half, 2 months ago, it was on a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, during the week, well, once we know, we can avail ourselves. You know, but on a Sunday afternoon would be a better day because nobody have to, much people don't having to work and so on.
Okay, question from Natalia.
Hello, it's not a question. It's me rallying the whole group to pressure Mr. David for something I've been begging him to do for a while. So I met the Sweets Group Uncovered group when I was working at EAG, and we had to do a national support the Department of Environment to do their report on their action plan. And after that, now I had to work with them because they also had a grant from Jeff Small Grants Program, and they have a grant from Jeff Small Grants Program now. And I was just blown away by the talent, the vitality within the group. So it's really good. You see all ages. You see babies, you see young children, young adults, and senior adults all working together to get the work done. And at the end of the day, they have a big cook-up. So maybe that's the draw, but whatever, they work very well together. But when I see all the talent in the group, from day one, I've been asking Mr. David, we need to do a workshop to train. I heard somebody say, where are the young people? I said, we need to do a workshop to pass on this talent because he is talented, and there's a lot of talent in the group. So my comment is, y'all please pressure them because we need Mr. David and all the members to pass on. I saw everybody just going crazy over all the handiwork, all the ground leaves and so on. And there's a lot more. There's wine, there's composting, and maybe I shouldn't say anymore. But please, we need to encourage them to share this knowledge. Thank you.
Fantastic. I agree. You hear Zentworth, we want a workshop. I want a workshop. I will invite my friends, my family, even my dogs and cats. I will invite everybody.
But Janella, I feel like Zenworth could have brought some wine for us to sample, you know.
Well,
now we're hearing about these wines.
He's
I'm
smart.
I'm sorry I didn't do that. I had wanted to take up a few bottles, but I just didn't.
Maybe if you're coming tomorrow evening, you can bring a few samples. Or maybe we have to go to the blouse and skirt house to be able to get the wine.
That's what he was thinking. It's a strategy. Y'all got a sample, but if you want the full thing,
we have to go and see it. We have a question here.
All right.
Thanks again. Not necessarily a question, but I was privileged to meet Zentworth when we came through the same community-based tourism project with Miss Wang, our president of WA, and Miss Henry. So it was a privilege being there. I don't know if you remember the face. And I was also at the launch when you had it on the Sunday. My question first, well, not necessarily a question, is there another one of you? I need someone like you in our community. I want to commend you, Zentworth, and your team on the community cleanup that you did and the distribution of tanks. Because I live in Pickett's, and I got to tell you, we have lost community pride, not just in Pickett's, but in a lot of communities. And what we realize is that maybe or perhaps most of the indigenous people have passed on. So because of the pepper pot we have with so many different people coming in and residing in the different communities, persons are not necessarily too keen on community cleanup. They will clean in front of their place, and that's it. Bushes are going on either side, which affects them, affects the environment, and they prefer to wait on the government, and they cost the government to come and get it done. So I want to commend you on your sweets team for that. You spoke about doing a one-on-one regarding the educational part of it with the trash, not putting out your trash in the night, but rather in the morning. I'll add to that, though, you can probably try to schedule a town hall meeting in Sweets, and I would love for this to be extended to other communities. So on top of in addition to the town hall meeting, perhaps get a notice in all the churches, in Sweet School, because we have to start with the youths. When they go home and say, Mommy, put out the trash in the morning, not tonight. You know, they will listen sometimes to the youths. Also getting it on the radio stations, because it could not just be educational one-on-one for your Sweets only, but for Antigua and Barbuda and the region itself, even internationally, because we all suffer from these dogs, these stray dogs just pulling down the garbage in the nights and throwing them all over the place, making the place look so messy. So, I mean, do the church notices, the school, Sweets, I think, only have one school, correct? Any preschool or anything? Yeah, get it in the schools, get it on the radio stations and the town hall meetings, so you get to gather a wider aspect of persons within the community.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So, everyone, that ends a wonderful session. Day 2, deep dive, focus on community. So give a round of applause for all our panelists today, all our presentations. We really appreciate it. Thank you, June, and thank you, Zentworth. And now we're going to transition to our break. And for those of you who have a donors clinic, please check in with our receptionist, Sherelle, at the back. So we will meet back at 11:25 from our break. So feel free to go to the back, get a little snickety snack. And the bathrooms, if you need to locate them, just right down here through the open space right there. All right, thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch. See you soon.
Break.
Break. Oh yes, break, not lunch. In my head, I'm hungry.
Off of the children's book that I cannot remember the name of, but You Can Too is in there. So I decided it sounded good to be the name of my presentation. So today I'm going to be talking to you about the Escazu agreement. I'm going to try not to make it too heavy because, you know, if you're not interested in the information, you're not going to engage in it, you're not going to absorb it so that it can be useful to you. So our journey The first step in our journey is telling you what the Escazu Agreement and taking you through the pillars of the Escazu Agreement. Then I will tell you how the government of Antigua and Barbuda is implementing the Escazu Agreement. Then I'm going to tell you how the Escazu Agreement is relevant to your work as testing. Hello? Better? Okay. Relevant to your work as NGOs, as CSOs, and I believe we do have some government agencies here as well, so it is relevant to them. And then I'm going to talk about, additional tools that you need with the Escazu Agreement to help make your environmental advocacy more effective. So, first step in our journey is give me the SUS. What is the Escazu Agreement? So the Escazu Agreement, before the Escazu Agreement, there was Rio +20. So there was a UN conference on sustainable development in 2012, and Latin American and Caribbean countries, who are usually at the forefront of discussions about environmental justice and environmental defenders, they signed the declaration on the application of Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. So in this declaration, the government, in this declaration, the governments stated that they need to reiterate Principle 10 of the Rio Convention. Principle 10 states that environmental issues are best handled with participation of all concerned citizens at the relevant level. So by all concerned citizens, it is a very broad definition of what a concerned citizen is. It includes natural persons, it includes NGOs, it includes organizations, it includes even persons who are not living in the area that is directly affected by the environment. So after the adoption of this declaration, but before the agreement was actually signed and ratified, they had a negotiating process. So this negotiating process, 24 countries came together, and y'all know how group work goes. This took 2 years, and there were 8 iterations of the Escazu Agreement before we got the final version. So this, again, it took 4 years for this negotiation to be concluded, and then we had the Escazu Agreement. So the Escazu Agreement was finally adopted in March of 2018, and it was entered into force on the 22nd of April 2021. Antigua and Barbuda was one of the first signatories on the 29th of September 2018, and we ratified the agreement on the 4th of March in 2020. So the basics of the Escazu Agreement, this is just a broad scope of what the agreement entails. It is the only treaty in the world with specific provisions for protection on human rights defenders in environmental matters. It establishes legally binding obligations for state parties to adhere to. It links human rights in the environment, and there are 5 main environmental principles that are included in the Escazu Agreement. So there is, in regular treaties, there's the preamble, there's the definition section. I'm not going to take you through that because, I'm not going to take you through that point by point because that's going to turn into a law lecture and it's going to be very boring for you. So I'm going to take you through the 5 main pillars, and while I'm taking you through the pillars, I'm going to talk about the duties that the government is, must be held accountable for under these 5 environmental pillars. Just as a point of note, the Escazu Agreement is all about accessibility to environmental information. And so every session, every meeting, even negotiations, the negotiations for the actual environmental agreement were broadcasted live so that the public could have access to them. They were broadcasted in the 6 UN languages for people to have access to them. They were broadcasted with captions, with everything that is needed for persons, especially persons with disabilities, to access. So the first pillar of the Escazu Agreement is access to environmental information. And so this is found in Articles 5 and 6 of the Convention. And there is a duty on the government of Antigua and Barbuda to provide access about the environment. And so they must do this in a way that the public has easy access to this information, whether it be on a website or whether they are able to call and say, okay, I'm coming in to look at this document, I'm coming in to look at this policy, I need access to it. And when you ask for access to this information, they're not supposed to ask you why. So if you go in and say, well, I want this document because I want them, that's it. They can't ask you for any other reason why you want the document. The second duty is that there must be a quick response to access. Now, I know what it's like emailing a government agency. I know sometimes, they just don't answer. But they are supposed to answer, and one of the pillars is that they're supposed to answer, give you this information within a reasonable time. And this is underscored in all of the pillars because if you are to participate in environmental decision making, you must have access to this information in a timely fashion. So if they're supposed to be having a public consultation and you need access to the document 2 weeks beforehand, you need to be able to have access to this document. They're not supposed to drag their feet. They get a document the day before. It's 350 pages. You can't analyze it. You can't assess it, so you can't go and make accurate representation at this consultation. If there is a cost associated with access to this information, for example, if they have to print it or reproduce it, if it's a document that they only have the PDF for and they have to print it, then in cases where a person wants access to the physical copies of this document, they're supposed to either waive or reduce the costs of producing this information. So if they have to print it at government printer and it costs $60, they're not supposed to charge you the full $60. Public participation in the environmental decision-making process. So this pillar states that government agencies must provide avenues for public participation in decisions made about the environment. Later on in the presentation, I'm going to show you how this is actually, the language of Escazu is actually replicated in several pieces of legislation in Antigua, pre-Escazu and post-Escazu, so you understand fully that there are avenues, there are mechanisms in place for you to advocate for your rights based on the Escazu agreement. So the government is supposed to provide avenues for public participation in decision making. And again, like I said, this includes providing the information in a timely fashion so that people can understand and absorb the information. The government is also supposed to identify specific sectors of the country that are going to be most affected by activities taking place in the environment. So they're supposed to, if they're going to be doing a large-scale development or anything that's going to affect the environment, they are supposed to identify the possible vulnerable stakeholders in the area that are going to be most affected by this decision. Y'all still with me? Y'all very quiet. Okay, great. Okay. I'm just that interesting that y'all so quiet. That's great. That's great. That's great. Okay. So the next pillar probably, did I go back? There we go. Okay, the next pillar is access to justice in environmental matters. So the government is supposed to ensure that the public has the right to challenge and appeal decisions, actions, or omissions made in activities related to the environment. And they're supposed to have create entities that are competent about environmental matters. So just going back again, I'm going to detail all of the actual avenues that we do have in Antigua, the existing avenues we have in Antigua for persons to challenge decisions made about the environment. There's supposed to be transparent decision-making processes, so they're supposed to detail how they came to this conclusion. And they're supposed to ensure that there is broad legal standing for persons to challenge decisions made about the environment. So legal standing just basically means that you have a right to bring the suit before a court. So ordinarily, to ensure that a court is not inundated with frivolous lawsuits, they will say, okay, you don't have the right to bring this case because this doesn't affect you. This does not concern you, you're just causing mischief. However, in matters related to the environment, government agencies are required to ensure that everybody in the whole of Antigua and Barbuda has broad legal standing to bring cases before a competent court about decisions related to the environment. So that means if there is a development, say on Redonda, it's just an example, Shanna, don't look at me like that. if there is a consultation, or if there's a decision made about a development in Redonda, to put, lights on Redonda, for example. Even nobody here lives on Redonda, and the king is not in here. So the king would not be the only one that would be able to have a right to bring a challenge to this decision before the court. Everybody in this room would be able to say, that don't make no sense. Why are you bothering the lizards? Why are you bothering the birds? Everybody should be able to bring this challenge before the court. So this pillar is human rights defenders in environmental matters. So while we don't have examples of like the extreme violence that is meted out to environmental defenders in certain Latin American countries where environmental defenders are actually murdered, turn up missing, or otherwise exposed to violence, we do have the duty to guarantee a safe and enabling environment for human rights defenders in environmental matters. So that means everybody should be able to, without fear or favor, make known their concerns about the environment without worrying about any sort of backlash or violence or assault. And in the case where such any backlash or violence or assault occurs, the government has the duty to investigate these threats and make arrests and do prosecution for any harassment that is meted out towards human rights defenders. The last pillar is capacity building and cooperation. So the government has the duty to set priorities for capacity building and cooperation, not only amongst other government agencies, but for CSOs and NGOs, to ensure that they have accurate training to advocate properly and engage properly on environmental matters. So this could be doing public awareness campaigns, having scholarships, doing education for people to understand so they can properly understand environmental issues. And also, they have the duty to train the public and government authorities on how to properly investigate and mediate on matters related to the environment. So before I move on, I like to do piece of questions, because sometimes, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm listening to a longer presentation, I forget a question that I have from the section. So if anybody has any questions about the pillars of the Escazu agreement, feel free to ask them. Now I'll take 2 questions. Yes.
With what?
Yeah.
I've got the mic. With what you were just saying about training, who's providing the training for the public?
So if the government has the capacity to provide the training, then they should provide the training. If they do not have the capacity to provide the training, they should hire people to provide the training or create avenues for people to access this training.
Who does that hiring, the government or the person who's needing the training? Who does the hiring of the capacity to train the people? Is that the people wanting the training or the government on the behalf of the citizens?
The government, because this is the duties of state parties.
Okay. Thank you. I could go on maybe at a conversation later.
Rulio has a question.
I'm giving you early warning. This won't be my last question throughout the presentation.
I know.
But because you're going to move on to how Antigua implements it, I have a question here as it relates to environmental protests. And how does the Escazu agreement relate to environmental protests? Because currently, worldwide, you're hearing a lot of things about environmental protests and people getting arrested and that kind of thing. So is there any kind of linkage between those two? Am I making sense?
Yeah, there's absolutely a linkage, and I think it's going to be, I'll expand on it more in the what I do part of the presentation. So, but that's a very good question, and it does come up. I think Shanna had a question, and this is the last question, so I can move on.
I think it was in Article 8, or was it 7? The one before, yes. So this one that speaks specifically about challenging and appealing decisions made about the environment. Can you go into some more detail about that? Because let's say hypothetically that there is a development happening on an island where there's
Rhymes with
the
scream.
largest amount of Antiguan racers on the planet, right? And there's a restaurant that is being built on there. That it's hypothetical, excuse me, has been built on there after you have invested $250,000 over the past 20 years and you have just eradicated rats from it for the 4th time. Once that restaurant is up in the priority area for the snakes, what can you do at that point once the damage has been done?
Okay. That's also a very good hypothetical question that is answered in the next part of my presentation. Right. So, as I stated, there are pre and post Escazu legislation that exists in Antigua that does address all of the concerns that you guys are having, especially as it relates to challenging decisions made. There are some gaps, and the Department of Environment recognizes that there are some gaps, and we are working to fix it, and I'll go into that a bit later. But the most government agencies are considered the duty bearers of the Escazu Agreement, which means most of the provisions that are in that agreement are talking to what we should be doing and explaining in very explicit detail how we should be doing it. So I know you're all tired of hearing me talk about the Environmental Protection and Management Act, but there was a lot of work that went into this, 5 years. I'm not going to stop talking about it. So, so the language of the Escazu Agreement is actually intertwined throughout the Environmental Protection and Management Act. So just to give, there's some clips here that I took just out of the objectives of the Act, of the Environmental Protection and Management Act. One of them is to promote and encourage among all persons a better understanding and appreciation of the environment. This one, protection of the environment for present and future generations, is a phrase that is littered throughout the Escazu Agreement. It speaks about present and future generation. It doesn't only talk about the now. Public awareness regarding the state of the environment, public participation in and transparency of the decision-making processes regarding environmental protection, access to justice in environmental matters. So that's just in the objectives of the legislation. So I spoke about the duty to provide access to information. We have in section 24, for example, a register of the sources of pollution, which is a specific duty that is called upon in the Escazu Agreement. We have in section 29, which speaks that there should be consideration of any objections or appeals made by the public in choosing to grant a pollution permit. In section 43, which speaks to our favorite thing, EIAs, which says that the department must post and make available an EIA for the public to access so that they can read it. Should be noted, however, that if any decisions that are made about the development of the environment are not made by the Department of Environment. We came after the DCA, so we provide the advisory. So even if we have an environmental impact assessment and we review it and we say, nah, this is actually crap, the DCA can be like, well, okay, and continue to approve it. And therein lies your avenue for appeal. Again, note the appeal would lie under the Physical Planning Act, not the Environmental Protection and Management Act. And section 44 of the EPMA says, if you want to appeal a decision about a development which uses an EIA, look in the Physical Planning Act, it's right there. I'll go into the Physical Planning Act as well. Section 86 speaks about the natural resources inventory, which says that the Department of Environment is supposed to make available information about the environment. Now, I don't have to tell y'all that this takes a lot of work, a lot of data collection. We are still trying. We depend on CSOs, we depend on NGOs, we depend on people coming from overseas to come and study specific biodiversity in Antigua and Barbuda, and they provide us with this data, all of which is made available on our IMAS. So shout out to Aaliyah from the DMU. She can tell you all about the IMAS and all the information that's on there. But all the information that we have collected so far about the natural resources inventory resides on the IMAS. Section 87 speaks about an environment registry where we are supposed to upload documents that have been submitted to the DOE for consideration. This includes EIAs, this includes policies, this includes any document that we would have asked consultants to write about a state of environment, about management procedures, about management plans, about management policies. All of that is supposed to exist on our environment registry, which is currently under construction because, again, that takes a lot of work. Section 106, so I know I spoke to you about broad legal standing. Section 106 of the Environmental Protection and Management Act gives standing for persons to bring actions against any person who they reasonably suspect is responsible for a violation under the legislation. Do you need me to kind of break that down a little bit more? Yes? Okay. All right, so let's use the Redonda example again, the real hypothetical example. So if it is that, there is a development taking place on Redonda, and Shanna thinks that these persons are violating the birds, they're disturbing the natural habitat of the birds, Redonda is supposed to be a protected area, she can bring that person to court. She doesn't have to go through the government. She can take her own private decision if Shanna is flush with money like that and be like, I'm taking you. I'm going to talk about that too. Don't worry. I'm going to talk about that as well. I know. So yes, Shanna would be able to, in her private capacity, take the developer on Redonda to court for disturbing the birds. Is that clearer? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. So Section 108 speaks about the rights for a person to sue and recover compensation for offenses under this act. So if somebody, let's see, there's a section under our legislation that has an offense for discharges to the atmosphere of a pollutant that is irritating or it makes you sick. You would be able to take that person to court for disturbing your peace, for perplexing your tranquility, and of course for whatever health concerns arise thereafter. You are able to do that without coming to the government to do that. Again, Section 115 of the EPMA speaks about the provision of training, the provision of research, and the provision of education on environmental issues to NGOs, CSOs, and relevant agencies. Section 116 requires the department to develop programs for public information and public awareness. Section 119 speaks about appeals to the minister, who must communicate this complaint or this appeal to a committee, so he doesn't make the decision by himself. And if the person is unhappy with a decision made by the appeals committee, then they have leave to take it to the court. And Section 120 also speaks to public comment and procedures. So if the Department of Environment, when we put out notices in the paper, for example, we've put out a notice in the paper for an intention to declare Redonda as a protected area, we have to adhere to this public comment and procedure and leave a period open for public to make representations, objections to us declaring Redonda as a protected area. I noticed we didn't get any. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next piece of legislation that provides avenue to access information comes 10 years before the Escazu Agreement, and it's the Freedom of Information Act. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with the Freedom of Information Act, but it's actually a very thorough and useful piece of legislation. So as you can see, it's supposed to promote maximum disclosure of information in the public interest to guarantee and facilitate the right of access to information and to provide for effective mechanism to secure this right. So this is another avenue by which you can request information. If it is that you request information from a specific government agency and they don't answer you, then you may make that request to the Information Commissioner and state that this agency did not answer my request for information. And the Information Commissioner is then supposed to follow up on this complaint, ask the agency, what's going on? Why never send the information? And they're supposed to they can make a direction to the agency to provide you with the information. So the Freedom of Information Act also makes a nod to the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda, and within the broad objectives of Section 12 of the Constitution, every person has the right and is free to receive and disseminate information and ideas without interference. So we can use this broadly to interpret that means it's a right to access to environmental information, and a subtle but not really specific right for environmental defenders to request this information and speak without fear or favor. So the paramount purpose of this act is to give maximum effect to the right in respect of information held by public authorities. And within this act, there are some exceptions. There are some exceptions for like public security, whether or not the releasing of the information would be against the public good, or if this is classified information. So there are some exceptions to the right to request information. But if there is a refusal by the Information Commissioner to provide this information, they have to state clearly the reason why in writing. So they can't just say, well, I don't want to give you that. They have to state why, and they have to cite that it is because of these reasons. It's an exception to the right to access this information. Section 15 of the Freedom of Information Act speaks about the right of access. So notwithstanding any law to the contrary and subject to the provisions of this act, every person has the right to obtain on request access to information. So again, this was passed in 2004. This is pre-Escazu. And this is pre the Environmental Protection and Management Act. So these avenues already exist for you to have access to environmental information. Again, as I stated, we are aware that there are some gaps in the legislation, and there are existing gaps in other legislation that doesn't have to do with the Department of Environment. So while the Constitution speaks about freedom of expression and the protection of right to life, this speaks to the right of environmental defenders to speak without fearing for their lives, and the freedom of expression, again, the right to speak without fear or favor. We also have the Ombudsman Act. Everybody knows what the Ombudsman is? Yes? No? Okay, well, Dr. Marion Blair is our Ombudsman. And the Ombudsman is supposed to investigate any complaints related to decisions, omissions made by a government agency. So their office, I believe, is located in Jasmine Court. They have a very useful website. That is another avenue by which you can access justice, in that if a government agency refuses to give you information, you can make a complaint to the Ombudsman, and they are supposed to action it. There is a very handy flowchart on the Ombudsman website which details the procedure, what happens after you make a complaint. Who does the Ombudsman speak to? So the Ombudsman will speak to the permanent secretary or the minister, and that person is supposed to take action. And the Ombudsman is supposed to provide feedback on what happens to your complaint. So there's this avenue for accessing environmental information if you don't get it from the relevant agency. I spoke about the Freedom of Information Act, and I spoke about the Physical Planning Act. Again, just to reiterate, the Development Control Authority is the agency that is in charge of making any decisions related to the development of Antigua and Barbuda. So any appeal that would lie against the development would be against the Development Control Authority. The governing legislation of the DCA is the Physical Planning Act, and within this act, there lies an appeals procedure which is detailed, which speaks about making an appeal against a decision made by the Chief Town and Country Planner. It also sets out what you're supposed to include in this complaint, say why you think that this decision should be made. You can cite whatever studies you have. If you have an EIA that states that this development as is would do irreparable harm to the environment, or you can even make an appeal against the decision to let a development continue because this is doing irreparable harm, or that the person is not adhering to the provisions in the EIA. Is that clear? Or do I need to go over that again? No? Clear? Okay. So government agencies that sometimes do make decisions about the environment that are not governed by the Environmental Protection and Management Act would be governed by these other pieces of legislation that I would have cited. So the Constitution, the Ombudsman Act, the Freedom of Information Act, and the Physical Planning Act for DCA. So some of these agencies like the Plant Protection Unit, Agriculture, Fisheries, Forestry, Department of Marine Services and Merchant Shipping, those other agencies, if they don't have specific appeals in their legislation or provision of access to this information, you can make an application under any of those pieces of legislation that I would have cited. So some of the other weaknesses that we would have identified in the existing legislation is the absence of specific legal standing for environmental defenders to bring matters before the court. So even though the EPMA does say that you can take this to court, the legislation is not specific enough that it provides this right irrevocably. Somebody could argue that you don't really have the standing to bring this before the court. So that is a gap that we've identified. Another gap we've identified is the absence of specific legal protections for environmental defenders. So while we can read things into statute that already exists, again, for example, under the Offenses Against the Persons Act, you're not supposed to go and interfere with somebody if they're saying something that you don't like. There's no specific legal protection that speaks about interfering with an environmental defender in their course of protecting the environment. So this sends, and it is of the opinion that from the parties of the Escazu agreement, that this sends a stronger message that you are not to interfere with environmental defenders if you spell it out specifically in legislation that you're not supposed to do it. And the last gap that we've identified is the high cost of environmental litigators, the high cost of hiring a lawyer to take this person to court. And I would have made an allusion to whether or not Shanna was flush with cash, because we do know that, speaking as a lawyer, I do know that the fees for litigation are quite high. So what the Department of Environment is actually doing is that we have drafted, with the help of a consultant who is very knowledgeable in environmental justice matters, we've drafted an amendment and regulations to our Environmental Protection and Management Act that specifically detail these rights. Can't share that with you yet because it's currently under review at Legal Affairs, so I can't disseminate it yet, but there will be a public consultation for people to be able to give their feedback on this amendment and these regulations. So in the amendment, we've included a definition for environmental defenders, for environmental decision making, for natural resources. We've included specific protections for environmental defenders, which makes it an offense to interfere with them in the course of their advocacy. And we also have included a right for an environmental defender, if they have been interfered with and they have to expend any money for like security, or they have to expend any money for any trauma that is associated with them being assaulted, they can take the perpetrator to court and recover those costs in a civil claim. The regulation speaks about the register of environmental mediators, because we Nobody wants to spend 3 years in court over a matter. And mediation is the preferred method. More judges are moving towards mediation, where both parties sit down at a table and they try and talk out the issues and try and come up with a solution. So we are supposed to come up with a list of environmental mediators. And the regulations also mandate that the legal aid and advice clinic, I'm not sure if anybody else, how many people are familiar with the legal aid and advice clinic and legal aid and advice center. It is a legal office run by the government of Antigua and Barbuda, which provides low-cost legal advice and legal services. So they do the services at a much reduced cost. However, we have to create the capacity within the legal aid center for them to handle environmental matters. And we also have to have a discussion whereby the person suing might be suing the government. Like, what do we do in that situation? We also have within the regulations that the Bar Association will be responsible for trying to find a person who will do this work either pro bono or at a much reduced cost. So we didn't have these discussions in a vacuum. We met with stakeholders. So we met with the Legal Aid and Advice Center, and we did meet with the Bar Association so that we could discuss these matters. Y'all bored? Okay, great. Y'all just quiet. Okay, so Escazu and you. I don't think I have to go into too much detail about why this is relevant to your work, because y'all know why this is relevant to your work, but I'm going to do it anyway. CSOs and NGOs are considered the rights holders under the Escazu Agreement. This means, and we have, within the Escazu Agreement, they've explained who they consider rights holders, and you will notice the first one is every person of present and future generations. So I'm sure you've heard Greta Thunberg talking about, oh, you are spoiling the environment for me and my generation. What happens to the next generation? This is included in the within the Escazu Agreement. It speaks about the public, persons and groups in vulnerable situations. So persons and groups in vulnerable situations means persons who, by virtue of whatever circumstances they are in, whether it be by poverty or illiteracy or digital illiteracy or disability, or whether or not they're housed, those persons are persons in vulnerable situations. And the Escazu Agreement states that state parties must provide specialized access to these persons. If they're not literate, you must sit down with them and go through the document. If they can't afford to buy the document, you have to give them the document for free or at a reduced cost. If they can't afford if they can't afford the costs of a lawyer, you have to provide that at a reduced cost, because this is the only way that you're going to be able to provide justice to them. So persons, associations, organizations, or groups that promote environmental protections. It speaks broadly about an applicant, public directly affected, and human rights defenders in environmental matters, and indigenous people and local communities. So as you can see, rights holders are given a very broad definition so that everybody has access to environmental justice. So some of these rights are right to guidance and assistance from the duty bearers or the government, the right to access environmental information. As you can see, I'm just repeating the pillars, right? The right to participate in decisions made about the environment, the right to capacity building, the right to a healthy environment. Let me tell you, that is such a touchy issue at the convention level, the right to a healthy environment. You wouldn't believe the people that are arguing against that. Anyway, we won't talk about that. And the right to speak without fear and harassment. Okay. So Escazu provides, it's a tool for environmental justice. And what this means is that it's providing the avenue, or it's providing the information for the public, for civil service organizations, for NGOs to access environmental justice, whether this means access to information or access to legal representation. So the Escazu Agreement promotes the role of the public in environmental democracy because it is recalling Principle 10, which I would have said that, you know, the state believes that the only way to have proper discussions about the environment is if the public is able to participate at every level. It provides a tool for holding government agencies accountable. Again, these tools existed in prior legislation, but this kind of just recalls that the government has a duty to provide the rights that are outlined in the Escazu Agreement. It provides an avenue for the public to have a say in decision making as it relates to the environment. It provides an avenue for the public to request access for information. It provides protection for human rights defenders on environmental matters. And it also speaks about the provision of resources to governments, NGOs, sectors, and CSOs for the implementation of environmental strategies, policies, and programs. Because the Escazu Agreement is a legally binding agreement, these rights are these provisions, these rights, these duties are absolute. Like, there is a legal obligation of the government to provide these things. So the last section of my presentation speaks about the other tools that you need. The first and most effective tool, in my opinion, is community. So one of the markers of a successful environmental advocacy is I scratch your back, you scratch my back. So if one agency has expertise in environmental management and monitoring, or if one agency has expertise in public consultation or galvanizing support behind a specific issue, then these agencies, if they don't exist, these things don't exist in the same agency, then you need to work together. If one agency has grant writing skills and another agency has the skills to successfully pull off a project, then the agency with the grant making skills should be providing training to the agency with the skills to pull off a project. And it's not I'll do it for you. I'll show you how to do it, then you can do it yourself. And in that way, everybody grows when you're sharing this information, when you're sharing the skills that you have. The other tool that you need is knowledge. So I know y'all know, I know a lot of people in this room know that they can call me when they have a question about the Environmental Protection and Management Act, or they can email me. And even if I respond in 5 days, I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna send you a 3-page email. I'm gonna say, if you have any questions, feel free to call me or email me again, and I'm gonna email you, I'm gonna answer you. But this information, this knowledge is one of the keys to successful environmental advocacy. There are a lot of people who don't know about these avenues or these avenues to access environmental information. And because they don't know, they think that the most effective way, not knocking any specific way about raising awareness, they think the only way to get access to justice is to just make noise. You have to make noise strategically. And making noise strategically means utilizing legislation that is in place. The legislation exists and it's there for people to use it. So those are the two tools I think civil service organizations and NGOs need, along with the Escazu Agreement and along with the provisions in the Escazu Agreement to have effective environmental advocacy. And thank you.
Since everybody's nervous, thank you for such a wonderful explanation, Anika. I think the breakdown was really helpful, and I'm actually quite looking forward to the amendment that you referenced. You touched on a point about there's still a gap as you think about potentially if you're taking the government to hand. And I just wonder if someone was thinking about it from that angle, what would be your advice to them or recommendation? Because there are scenarios where the party that you'd think about taking to hand is the government. So how would one go about that or think about that kind of approach?
Thank you for that question. Well, in that instance, it was fully conceived, which is why we had the Bar Association as a stakeholder. This is bringing awareness to attorneys in Antigua and Barbuda that, hey, there are groups, there are interest groups or interested persons who are interested in bringing some sort of action against the government as the party, and that in this instance they should provide either pro bono or reduce services or provide a payment plan. And this, I want to say that this is something that, you know, you're required to provide as an attorney. Not required legally, but they do say, hey, you know, if you can, do some pro bono work, you know, and that pro bono work, if attorneys are aware that there are environmental matters, they can say, hey, well, we're not allowed to advertise, but they can say, hey, I also do cases as it relates to the environment. So it's really dependent on the goodwill of those persons that are called to the bar in Antigua and Barbuda. Maybe not the young, struggling lawyers, because they don't have no latitude, they don't have no money to do the pro bono work. They really have to be grinding really hard so they don't have to eat crackers and cheese every night. So one of them older attorneys who have been called to the bar for 50-something years, they don't have the money. All they do is probate cases, and they just sit down. One of those people, those are the people who should be interested. And we're really trying to get these attorneys, or all attorneys, more interested in environmental advocacy through litigation. So that's something that public awareness, that we do need to do more public awareness on.
So I have a question for you. It's a wonderful question.
I bet it is.
So in your presentation, you referenced the Development Control Authority, and you were very clear to say that they have the final say in terms of decisions for development. It's not something that we can pong down the door at DOE for. However, the Environment Protection Management Act gives DOE the mandate to protect, conserve, and safeguard and maintain natural ecosystems. So since DOE has that mandate, and protecting natural ecosystems from developments that may be harmful would then fall under that mandate, what is being done to sort of plug that gap that exists between what DCA does and what DOE is mandated to do in terms of environmental protection, and how can we possibly, through an amendment to the EPMA or even an amendment to the Physical Planning Act, ensure that DCA can't just get up and say, oh, even though DOE has found gaps in the environment impact assessment, we're going to go ahead and approve this development anyway, even though it's going to knock down half of Redonda hypothetically. So what is being done by DOE to ensure that we can plug those gaps, as well as to dissuade DCA from taking the steps to approve developments that are potentially harmful for us?
Woo! It's a very good question, and probably the reason for the 12 gray hairs in front of my head. Exploring an amendment. We have explored an amendment to the Physical Planning Act, and we have explored said amendment to the EPMA, but there is no, trying to find a sensitive way to say it. The will is not there. And I'm not just political will either. When we have public consultations, people do not come. They prefer to go on social media or the radio, and they talk about it there, but it cannot stop there. You have to do that in conjunction with attending these public consultations and making your voice heard. It is long, arduous work. I've spoken to environmental defenders from Latin American countries, and they talk about this in 100 letter, 200 letter, 300 letter. It is continuous work, and until we are really held accountable, and not on something that we can easily lock off and relegate to background noise, nothing is going to change. Going to be honest. We have expressed, we do work closely with DCA. They sit on our technical advisory committee. The Department of Environment sits on the physical planning committee. There's a physical planning committee that speaks about that discusses the applications. And as much advocacy that is done there, At the end of the day, they tell us, go on, and the issue becomes a shooting star, it burns bright and then goes about its business, then nothing is going to be done. So the solution is to hold fire under the government foot. Hold us accountable. Continue making noise in the avenues that I provided for you. Continue making noise, yes, on social media, but also in using the tools that is in our legislation. So we can talk till we blue in the face, and trust me, we've sent emails, we've gone on the site visits and say, this don't make no sense. And at the end of the day, unless somebody's continuously making noise, nothing is going to happen. So I hope that answers your question. Does that answer your question? No? I heard somebody say no. What else is unclear? Exactly. Somebody else said no. Yes?
Related to that question, and I thank the lady for asking it, because it's the elephant in the room.
Mm-hmm.
From my observation and experience, DCA is a non-functioning, corrupted and perverted agency. And I know those are strong words. I know they're strong
They don't
words.
hurt me. I
I welcome the
DCA.
Escazu agreement. There is a Form 14 of the Physical Planning Act, which very few people are even aware exists. And it is the common practice for DCA to ignore the existence of that. I wrote to DCA because apparently you need to seek permission in writing for any of the documents that are public documents in the registry, when that isn't actually the case. The legislation, as I understand it, 72, and I think it's C, says any member of the public can go into DCA and for the appropriate fee have a copy of any document on the registry. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes.
So I sent a letter.
There's just to say that once you're paying a fee, that there is the presumption that you are submitting an application.
I understand that, but I'm trying to get copies of developments that affect me and people who have shared interests. And this Form 14 is an extraordinarily important omission of DCA, of an act from 2003. That's 20 years ago. And I have only ever seen one Form 14. And if you think about it, Form 14 would save an awful lot of grief for all of us. Anyway, back to my request in writing of about 20 different projects. That request has not been fulfilled. The day that I was meant to go and view them, not get copies, I had a call saying, oh, we're having difficulty compiling it all. It's postponed. When I asked for when will it happen, we don't know. There is an active political, I would suggest, movement within our development procedures that stymies all the wonderful information that you have imparted. And it unfortunately makes a complete anathema of the Department of Environment. I'll stick with the YIDA project. The environmental impact assessment repeatedly said this is not to be used for permitting purposes. Yet the DCA accepted it as a document, and the DCA was given permission by Cabinet to give YIDA permission to go ahead. And YIDA has done whatever he want for do. And as far as I am concerned, and I'm sure people will share that with me, it was an act of ecocide on behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. That is one of way too many cases. And we could go on, but I don't want to bore people. Our development process is flawed for 2023. And I invite you to have a look at a complaint to the Ombudsman, because you mentioned the Ombudsman, for the removal of 85 mahogany trees on the site that is on the Parliament building today. The Ombudsman is also a functioning, non-functioning agency, because I took a complaint to the Ombudsman about the YIDA, and when I hear nothing yet from them, and that was in 2016. So all that you say is really encouraging, but you got to be strong to carry this through, because I'm tired.
I would love that same advice right back at you. You have to keep going.
Why should I keep going as a
But that's why I highlighted the work of environmental defenders in other countries. They're sending 200, 300 requests. They're not letting it rest. I'm not saying this to absolve the government of any responsibility for the development or absolve the government of their responsibility to protect the environment. There are technicians inside these agencies that are trying, but again, we need help from the public, and this is why these avenues are have been created and enshrined in legislation, in different pieces of legislation. So if the ombudsman doesn't work, you go to the information commissioner next. Yes, the Minister of Information is the information commissioner. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, just had a comment about, it's over here. Hello? Hello?
Oh.
I'm like a ghost. I'm just floating around. I just had a thank you for your talk, and it seems like the Escazu agreement, you did a lot of work there, you and the other group that were involved, and there's been a lot of progress on the laws. It's great to have those laws on the books. But as we all know, having the laws on the books and enforcing them are two different things. And I think, so the other side of having the laws there, which, you know, is fantastic, the other side of that is there's always a balance of forces. Whether the community versus the developers is going to win is a question of how strong each side is, and whether the law comes into that, but the law can only be enforced if there's a strong community voice against whatever development there is that's planned. And so people like Greta Thunberg, who you've referenced, she's strong in her own individual voice, but her strength mainly comes from the movement that she's set up. So in order to enforce our laws that we have now through the Escazu, we need a strong community movement that's, you know, about protecting the environment and that's prepared to do things not only like write letters, but to come out and, you know, demonstrate in the street, demonstrate at the site where they're trying to put the development in, etc., things like that. And that may seem a long way off, but it's certainly possible. The other thing that I want to mention is that in many places around the world, in Australia where I'm from, the unions are one of your best sources of protection. So if you can get a community movement together, which then the union can say, well, we feel there's enough people here that we can step in as well and say, none of our members will work on that site. They're trying to do development. We're going to prevent our members from, we're going to put a green ban on that site and prevent our members from doing any work on that site. That development's not going to go ahead. And that's your strongest weapon that you have in terms of environmental protection. There's a site in the middle of Sydney right now called Shepherd's Bush, which is a green site, a green park area which was saved by the unions in the 70s through a green ban. It's still there today. So just to add a little bit extra there, don't stay in your silos in terms of protecting the environment. Use the legal forces that you have, whatever you can, but look to your strongest weapons, your community involvement and your unions. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment.
Okay, thank you. Question and a comment. Now, it's very interesting for me that the Escazu is being highlighted in terms of the rights and opportunities that it gives the ordinary person to challenge government with regards to what they do. My question is, how effective is it at this stage in Antigua and Barbuda? And the reason I ask that question is because presently, the DCA, with regards to the Physical Planning Act, has a matter before the Privy Council with regards to a particular project taken by me as an ordinary citizen. Now, the main question that's going to be asked and a ruling handed down on in November when the matter comes up is the question of standing. And the attorneys for the government representing DCA is saying that me as the ordinary person is considered to be a busybody. It's none of your business what the project is doing with regards to affecting me, and so you do not have any standing to challenge government with regards to what they decide to do policy-wise. Now that runs contrary to everything that Escazu is about. What gives there? How is this going to proceed? Because come November and that ruling is handed down at the Privy Council against me as the ordinary citizen, it sets the precedence now that every environmental group, every community, every individual, they now will be burdened with that ruling with regards to being able to challenge on environmental matters, which is what Escazu is all about. So where do we go from here?
As it relates to the effectiveness, it was entered into force on March 2020. We haven't tested the effectiveness of the Escazu agreement yet, to be honest. It is legally binding on state actors in Latin America and the Caribbean only. So if you're bringing this case in a jurisdiction, in one of these jurisdictions, if you're bringing it here, yes, but if it's being heard in the Privy Council, it's not legally binding on the Privy Council. It's not legally binding in the UK. It's not legal. Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, you want to hold this question because there was a question over here. So yeah, the effectiveness of the Escazu agreement hasn't been tested yet. I would love for it to see it be tested. I really would, since it is a legally binding agreement. And until such time, I wouldn't be able to make an effective analysis on how strong it is. We are going to continue to do the public education so that people are aware of their rights that they hold under the Escazu agreement. And it would be up to the community to show us how effective it is, whether or not the gaps that we are seeking to address have actually been effectively addressed in the legislation when we do the amendment and we do the regulation. So I would love to see, I would really, really love for somebody to test out the Escazu agreement and to see how that would work. And, you know, you're going to provide us with that opportunity. That would be great. There was a gentleman over here.
Yeah, I was just going to make a quick comment. Read the Privy Council statement. The Privy Council is bound by the laws of the country whose case is coming before it. So if Antigua is a signatory to Escazu and we've ratified and we are bound to have broad standing. So that's something that the attorneys in that case need to reference when it gets to Privy Council because it covers.
If I don't think they've amended the claim to include, they would have amended the claim to include the Escazu stuff. Because I think this is a long-standing matter before the Escazu agreement came into force.
Well, that might be something that
the
attorneys could look into to do a late amended statement of claim and then amended skeleton, stuff like that.
All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. I'm normally on the shy side, but I'm going to speak at this moment. You know, as I sit here and I listen, it's quite heart-breaking listening to some of the challenges and the questions that are asked here today. And I can only ponder and wonder to myself, what type of world, what type of society, what kind of communities are we living in today? I don't understand the reason why these challenges, we are faced with them. Because we as human beings, we live in here, you can say Antigua and Barbuda, is our habitat or our domains. And I think that between ourselves and the government, we should all be singing off of the same hymn sheet. All right? And I can't see that if I care about my environment and I am passionate about my environment, why isn't government on the same, why aren't we all not together with this? So I'm saying all that to say is that why are individuals being put in a position to consult with attorneys to take matters to court? Now, I don't want to be political at all, but we just came out of elections. And I do agree, right? Nobody's told me. I do agree that there are elephants in this room, but there are lots more than elephants, because hippos are inside the world too. All right, I mean, that's just to break the tension. That's just to break the tension. But there's a more serious situation. I mean, calm down, calm down. No, there's a lot at stake here. And I trust that, yes, and I trust that we all here understand the seriousness of what we're called here to do. And I trust that all...
1, 2.
You the hippo? I don't know, he came in front of me. I'm saying that I trust that what we're doing here during the course of this week will reach to the relevant directions. But there's a question I need to ask. To the best of your ability, because you said that there have been communications with the head of DC, etc. Are you of the view that there might have been communications with ministers of environment at any point in time?
Regarding?
Issues, challenges that are relating to our environment.
Yes.
Well, I would want to believe so.
Yes.
So why are we having the challenges that we're having?
Okay. So I actually have an answer for you. You asked why it is that we're not singing from the same hymn sheet. And I would argue, I would put to you that all of the rights that we enjoy today have only ever been gotten through the sort of legal action that you're decrying. Let me give you a very recent example. Very recently, an NGO, a regional NGO, brought a challenge against the buggery law in Antigua and Barbuda. And it was struck from the books because they succeeded in stating at the court level that it was unconstitutional. Universal adult suffrage in the United States for black people, that was a lawsuit. Revoking the Jim Crow laws, that was a lawsuit. Even down here, the labor unions were created. The right for a labor union to represent its workers, lawsuit. That's what's effective, that is what works. And if you have an example of what works, hoping for the goodwill of anybody, not just talking about the government, hoping for the goodwill of anybody to sing from the same hymn sheet as you, a developer is never going to sing from the same hymn sheet as an environmentalist, ever, because the developer talking money in dollars and cents. We talking about birds and fish. They don't care about birds and fish. They care about money. And if you have an example of something that works, use it. Hoping for the goodwill of people I don't think that has ever gotten us anywhere. Like my grandmother always used to say, closed mouths don't get fed. You have to open your mouth. And using the law is one way to open your mouth. So I would just put that to you to use what you have available. Hoping for goodwill and just, I want to protect the birds and the fishes and that's it. Hoping that that is going to be enough to advocate for the environment is not going to be enough. We're seeing that all over the world. We're seeing them wanting in the UK to open a coal mine in a protected area. In Germany, they want to do laying another oil pipeline. We know about the environmental defenders in Alaska because they want to tear up their environment to do another oil pipeline. They're doing everything because just saying, oh, well, this is indigenous land. We are the rights holders. They don't care. So using what you have available to make them care is what you have to do. Arika, yes. Well, Nurse Wong had a question. Okay.
Oh, thank you. My hand was really, really getting tired. I just want my colleagues in the room to understand that advocacy is not an easy task. As part of an environmental awareness group in Antigua known as Alliance for Action, we have had the back and forth that Martin is speaking about, and we seem to be getting nowhere. We have been to all of the necessary agencies that you have quite well illuminated in your presentation. And as my colleague from Barbuda said, when you advocate, you are seen as a busybody. You're not only seen as a busybody, but you are marked. You are marked so that certain doors will not be open to you or members of your family. So singing from the same hymn sheet, that's a foreign language. As an NGO, I know most times when I name my NGO as Women Against Rape, people will say, well, what has Women Against Rape to do with the environment? But we need to understand that men and women are impacted differently by these kinds of socioeconomic and other conditions that prevail in our society. Our mood for this year is occupy and amplify. And I'm entreating my colleagues here, not those from the Department of Environment, the others, when you get invited to a consultation, go. Go to the consultation and make your representation. Last year, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had a consultation, and a number of government agencies were absent. They weren't there. I mean, the environment comes under one of the SDGs. So if all the ministry is not doing anything, not saying anything, how will we move forward? And so inevitably, the burden rests on the shoulders of CSOs and NGOs. And I want people to understand we're volunteers, we don't get paid. We do not get paid. There are times when we may write a successful proposal, but you don't get a salary, you get a stipend to support parts of the work that, that you're doing. So I want again to encourage my colleagues from the NGOs. Let us come together as much as possible and see how we can work to alleviate some of the challenges that have been besetting us, not only recently, but for decades, so that we can move forward. I like the terminology you use for now and for the future, because there's some things that my second, third, and fourth generation, some of who were born here, would not know, would not see, because they have all been taken away from the landscape. So when you leave this meeting, go back to your groups and let them know what are the challenges. You may be facing some, you may not be facing some. And let us put our heads together. I know that all heads don't knock together. I understand for whatever reason, whether it's a color issue or any other issue, or you're not from your kind of issue. But the point is that we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong.
Thank you very much, Aneka. I want us to give her a very big round of applause. I appreciate that you stood in the hot seat. She's on a sticky wicket. We appreciate it. We also recognize that we have another session
that goes into what communities are doing, what people are doing in terms of advocacy, and Ecco will still be here. She'll facilitate that session. She's also here at lunch. Go talk to her, but give her time to rest and eat and okay. All right. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Ecco. You may take your seat. We're now going to go to lunch. We get back at So we were supposed to, what time is the clinic, Sherelle? Oh, mercy. So we are very much over time. Guys, you're going to have to eat real fast. So our lunch time will be from 12:45 till 1:30 with the expectation that the clinic starts at 1:15. So if you have a clinic, your clinic will start at 1:15. So I'm going to ask the people who are going to be in the clinic to go get their lunch first, and everybody else kind of fall behind them. So the clinic starts at 1:15, and we'll see you back at 1:30, everybody. Thank you.
Just hold them and walk there. Hold them and walk there. Hold them and walk there. Hold them and walk there.
And speaking of fast wine, I hope everybody is ready because today's Energizer, you know, it is an ode to something, someone, a group that is iconic. They are 100% Antiguan and Barbudan. They are, local. They are loved by many, cherished by all. It is burning, and not just burning flames, but the original burning flames. And y'all probably wonder, wow, EAG raised enough money to bring in burning flames for this. But we had elephant in the room, hippo in the room, one next a crocodile, right? But the crocodile in the room is, y'all know we don't have the money for that. But what we do have is the recording. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do, and this is one of my favorite songs. Actually, I'm going to actually log this as a workout. My co-workers will know this is a regular thing for me. I'm putting it on dance because we're going to stand to our feet and we're going to get ready for the original burning flame. Wait, why nobody standing to their feet? Oh, you're listening. And then we're going to, it's very simple. We're just going to do what the song says to do. Isn't that easy? So, we're going to all rise for, one of our national anthems here in Antigua and Barbuda. And I hope that everybody is ready to get energized because we're not letting the itis come in at all. We're banishing it right now. Chaz, he wants me to continue talking, so I'll continue talking. Yes, so I want everybody, we can start off with a little stretch because y'all are going to need it, right? So we can start off looking. Hello, people on Zoom. Don't think that you are outside of this stretching and this dancing, right? So we're stretching. And we're doing a little stretching with the arms now. Ooh. I'm hearing some cracks, boy. I would say we should try a squat, but the knees in this conference, we can do one, okay. Ooh. Shout out to us in the heels who were able to do that. Right? Carl, out here like that one. And we are almost ready. Okay, so we're going to continue to stretch. Okay, what else we can do? What's another stretch? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yes, okay. Oh, yes. Everybody remembering PE in primary school, yes. And you're wondering why I have to do these things until you hit a certain age and you realize why it's not even 30, it's 25. Oh, yes, Enrique's putting this one. Ooh. Oh, yes, so we can bring it around town. Everybody knows SpongeBob. We can bring it around town. Yes. And then we can drive like an Antigua and go back the wrong way. Okay, and now we're ready. So I hope. Ready to begin.
Now on the count of 4. On the count of 4, we're going to start to jump. And when we say stop, you freeze. Whatever position you're in, your top right there. On the count of 4, we're going to start to jump. And when we say stop, everybody freeze. Wherever position you're in on your top right there. There we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Start to jump up. 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 Now stop. When we start again, we're going to start to wave. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start to wave. Start the 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 wave. No, stop. Left your hand right there. You don't smile. You don't breathe. You don't nothing at all. When we start again, we're going to start to kick up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start to kick up. 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 Now stop. Now, when we start again, we're going to ride the bicycle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ride the bicycle, ride up. 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 Now stop.
You're out.
When we start again, we're going to bend down low. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bend down low. 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 Now stop.
Stay right there.
Don't move. When we start again, we're going to do the crab dance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crab dance. Crab dance. Crab dance. Crab dance. Crab dance. Now stop.
Oh, what kind of crowd then?
Oh, you feel bad? Okay, when we start again, we go roll on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll on the ground. Roll on the ground. Roll on the ground. Now stop.
He bad, man, he bad.
Hey, you're wicked, you're wicked. Okay, when we start again, we're going to jump on your left foot. So you got to get up. Oh, you know want to get up? And don't forget. Yeah. Don't forget we have a prize. We have a seat. What is it?
Right? Oh, y'all want us to go again? Oh, okay. Whew. We have to take off this jacket, yeah, boy. So now that we are all extremely warm, you see, the purpose of this Energizer was to bring awareness to global warming and the impact that it has on our Caribbean populations. But no, now I am going to invite Miss Aneka Nicholas. We all know her from just now. You know, sitting in the hot seat, but she is back. The seat has cooled down a little bit, and she is going to be our facilitator for our next section, which is our Speaks to the Experts. So let's welcome Miss Nicholas again, and we'll invite our panelists to be on standby to go up.
Okay, thank you for introducing me, Shannon. Thank you for warming us up and, you know, bringing awareness to global warming, even though it's very warm outside. Testing, okay. I'd like to invite our panelists to the stage. The first panelist is Mr. John Mussington. Okay, he's on his way back. The next panelist we have is Arika Hill, who is director of the EAG. We have Miss Brenda Thomas Odlum in her contrasting colors outfit, the pink and green looking nice. And our last panelist is Miss Alicia George. So we would have just concluded a session about environmental advocacy, and I would have spoken about all the avenues using the Escazu Agreement for environmental advocacy. But it would also be very interesting for me to hear and for everybody else to hear how different stakeholders are doing their own environmental advocacy. As we know, environmental advocacy should not look the same. And we have an NGO, we have a journalist, we have a civil service organization, and they're going to be telling us what their environmental advocacy looks like. So I'm going to start on my far left. Putting Arika in the hot seat. Are you? Not really. You're in a safe space. No. No.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So I think so Aneka spoke about, you know, how different organizations are doing different things, and I will start my notes on the fact that I think that if EAG was led by somebody else, advocacy would look different. And so I think the thing is that I recognize that I have my own biases, I have my own personality that goes into how I then encourage EAG to be an advocate. And I think that's important to understand because personalities matter. And so the things that, like for instance, when John is going to be here, there are things that he does that I don't have, like my personality is not going to do it. So I have found ways to advocate based on what my personality can manage, right? Okay,
So I think that's a very important caveat, and I'm just putting it out there in the world. So the ways that EAG has, in the recent past, been an environmental advocate has been through, for one thing, Ecco. And I know that this may not automatically seem like an advocacy venture, but it is. How we have designed Ecco is to create safe spaces for environmental organizations. And we believe that if we speak together, if we have this kind of conversations together, then it strengthens us. It makes us feel like we're not alone, and we're not just yelling out into the atmosphere by ourselves, but there is community. So what we're trying for in this space is creating community. But we didn't only just kind of say, well, let's create community through conference, but we've also been going into the communities that are directly adjacent to our work. So, are you aware that EAG does not work everywhere in Antigua and Barbuda and Redonda? Well, I can't even say and Redonda because there's a whole of Redonda we're on. But are you aware that we're not everywhere? Yes. Thank God you know this, because there are people who do not know this. So, to let you know, EAG works on the offshore islands within the Northeast Marine Management Area, and so that is specifically islands that are adjacent to the communities of Parham, Willackeys, Seatons, Glanvilles, Freetown. Okay, Adrian. So we work specifically in that area. We also work specifically on Redonda. There are no communities necessarily adjacent to Redonda, right? So because we know where we work, we then have said, recognizing that there are development pressures within the NEMA, that there are development pressures along that coast, what we have said is, when we've gone out to those communities before, what happens is that people only feel like you're coming to them to talk about your own issue. So if I'm only ever coming to talk to you about what bothers me, why should you want to join and be friends with me if you never speak to me when I have my own issues? Like, nobody, that's like a one-sided relationship. And, you know, we're trying not to have toxic relationships, right? So our way of trying to deal with that is through a Jeff SGP funded project. We continued having engagements with community groups in Parham, Seatons, Glanvilles, and Willackeys. So what we did was we actually went out to them, we asked them questions about what environmental issues that they are facing, and then tried to link them with policy or government agencies that could assist them to address those specific issues. So for instance, one community identified that illegal dumping was the biggest issue that they had. So we helped them to have conversations with National Solid Waste Management Authority. We identified ways that they could not only tackle solid waste management, but also tackle the potential for people to continue the illegal dumping. So one of that ways was to put in cameras in the sites where there is significant illegal dumping. But we also realized that because of the issue that they were going to have, they didn't have the resources immediately in hand to do it. So they needed grant funding. So then what we said was, as a part of our program, we couldn't just say to you, identify the problem, here is the solution, and walk away. We then said, we then developed a proposal writing training for communities. So we went into those same communities, we offered 4 weeks of proposal writing training. And from that activity, one of those communities has since been able to access funding through the Jeff Small grants. So for us, our way of doing advocacy is to assist you at an organizational level. We recognize that it's not always possible to do all the many, many things. But for us, we know that, hey, one way that you can fix your problem is for you to, one, be able to identify it, secondly, be able to figure out who has all the resources and things that can help you, and then to be able to access international funding for it. So that's one way that we've done our advocacy. We've also done it through all of the training that you see EAG offering. I don't know if you've realized in the past maybe 3 or 4 years, we've really been putting on a lot of training. So people have learned how to identify birds. They've learned how to identify and patrol for sea turtles. They've learned how to do invasive species monitoring. None of that is just by chance. It is an active decision to help people to go out into the natural environment, because the more people are out, the more people engage with the natural environment, the more we believe that they will have a feeling of, oh, but this belongs to me. So if it belongs to me and you try to take it, I'ma fight you. Our feeling is if we help people at that level, then you're also able to affect change in that way. So EAG, I mean, I think my team is probably like, boy, we always training people. And yes, we'll probably always be training people. We're always busy with people because we believe once we give people the tools to do the work, then y'all can go and do whatever else happens thereafter. So that's EAG. Thank you.
Hello? Y'all hearing me? Yes. Okay, for those who don't know me, which I believe very few, as almost everybody in here should know me, I am Brenda Thomas Odlum, the former Director of Community Development Division. So I had my experiences in the communities. I've since taken off that community government hat and put on a community CSO hat. So as I sit here today, I am representing IHO, which is the Integrated Health Outreach. Some persons might ask, what health outreach have to do with environment and advocacy? We promote health and wellness. And in order for you to be healthy and stay well, you must have a clean, vibrant environment. So you see the connection. Oh, y'all don't see it? I like response. Right. So we have been working with many communities in Antigua. We have had several projects. We had one for teenage mothers. We had one for abused children. We also sponsored the woman beekeepers. And we have a training that is coming up for gender that will be working with the gender department. Gender is not just male and female. There's a lot of things about gender that we have to put to the public, especially to a younger community. So we have been working on a wide range of projects, activities with various groups. But one of the projects that we've worked on recently that is close to what is happening here, and I will use that to give you the gaps and to give you the successes. And that is working with the NEMA, the Northeastern Marine Management Area. We have recently organized some sessions in Fiddes Creek, Barnsill. The first one was held there. The second one was in Parham. The third one was in Willikers. And the fourth one was in Freetown, because those are the communities on the border of the areas that comprise NEMA. And that is from, we call that area down there, right up to Smith's Point up at Mill Reef. So the communities on that area, we work with them in different aspects. One of the, well, I should say before I go into the gaps,
What we do most is training, because we realize that you have to educate persons. If you don't educate persons and you carry a project into their community, they're not going to accept it. So you have to show them why it's important, the benefits that they can get, how they can help, how it can help them with their livelihood, and how it can help the nation as a whole. So we do education, several training, which is what I mentioned first. We also provide funding agencies for groups. While you're a registered group with the Community Development Division and the, what's that office on East of Stratford there, where you go and register, intellectual property. You must be registered with those two groups, organization, institution, in order to get a regional funding. The funding usually comes from Canada. Dr. Nicola Bird is the director of the board. We have a board. I am the president. So if there's any group in here who has any environmental projects, health projects, things that can create livelihood, land aggregation, I mean, you name it, because we can make it. I am also part of Jeff, and we just say when we're doing projects, we make it Jeffable. We will make it IOHable in terms of bringing it to the aspect where we can show why it's important for you to get that funding. But as I said before, you have to be registered with those two organizations. So training is key. Networking is very essential. We work with all the organizations that are in here and the ministries, environment, community development, agriculture, in terms of providing facilitators for the sessions that we are having. And we also do consultancy. We have a team of persons within our group who are qualified and certified, but if based on the subject area we don't have, we just contact another institution that have those consultants. So we work in unison, and that is very important because unity is strength. And if you do not network and participate with your other stakeholders when they're having their activities and have them participate with you, you can be in a group having a function and you're there alone. It's important for us to form that bond where we network and where we empower each other, because there's different sets of skills. Some have the academic skills, some have the technical skills, some just can do things with their hands. And when we have camp or we have training with children, I can just call any individual based on what the topic or the nature of the training is, and they never tell me no. So the communication, the networking, the camaraderie, it's important for us to be successful and for the projects to be sustainable. Because some persons go after a project because there's funding available. But when you start the project, you have to meet all the requirements that the project document did stipulate. And you have to be able to continue the project after the funding life would have finished. So it's important for us to get the buy-in from the community residents, from the groups that are there before, and from the young people. So networking, training, and the other key thing is feedback. We do have consultations. We do have town hall meetings. We do have a chat, because no sense of us going into a community because we see dirty, and I'm just using that, and we go in and clean it up. It might be there for a purpose. So we need to know why this is not done, and after hearing why, then we will show them why they should have done it and why it needs to be done. And after the consultation, it's important to see how you get both the residents of the community, the members of the group, and the government to work together. The positive things that come out of the training is that of empowerment. Many persons have been empowered from the various trainings that we have done. And we are continue to do, because there's a training, as I said, that will start, a 5 weeks training that is going to start in February. And you will hear more about it, but it's going to be 2 nights per evening for the 5 weeks. And that is basically on gender, with the gender affairs in the Ministry of Social Transformation. So having said that, I would also like persons to know that if you have an idea, because the empowerment helps you to think, there's an idea, there are persons who can help you to put that idea into a project. And we have persons who help to write the project documents so that it will be approved by the agencies, because each agencies have different requirements. So we don't want you, and we don't allow you, because we don't want none of our projects to fail. And so far, since IHO have been there for about 6 years, I have been with them for the past 2.5 years. Since my retirement, they grab hold of me, and I'm there. So I've been working with them, and all the project proposals that we have submitted have passed. So we never have, because what we do the groundwork first before we send them off to the funding agency. So persons would have gotten the skill of how to write a project proposal, and whatever area or nature of the project, we have technical persons from the ministry that will come and assist you. So that's empowerment, and those are the positive aspects. The gaps now, yes, there are some gaps. And one of the major gaps, some discussion was around it this morning, but especially when we were working in the NEMA area, October, November there, where we meet with the various groups, and we spoke to them about the Escazu agreement. Some knew about it, some were hearing about it for the first time. So we were able to educate them and have them work with us so that we can make a difference. But I'm telling you, my brother said that there was a elephant and something else in the hippo in here. Nothing is in here in comparison to what we had out in those community groups. Paramore is good. The thing was after. But when we went to Willikers, wow, they want to take us up to Ida. And they were saying, Miss Adlam, why is you the send? I said, I'm not here representing the government. And they were like, so there is a gap. I don't have to go into the full detail. There is a gap, there is a big gap, and we now need to work together to see how we can bridge that gap. Because I've been working with communities, as I said, well, I didn't say how much, but for 40 years, so don't look at me and judge my age, right? I went to the Ministry of Education straight from school, and I've been working with communities until I retired 2 years ago. I've come to the stages from Community Development Secretary, Community Development Field Officer, and I retired as the director. So I have a full feeling of what was said and what is happening. What is really on the paper and what we would like to see is not what is happening. So how can we move from there to have it happen? We explain to them now that the agreement and the, we use the, what it is, you mentioned it this morning, the, not the Escazu, the one from the environment, the environmental right. We were able to use the Environmental Protection Bill and explain to them the years and the time to where we have arrived, and that is a stepping stone. So what we have asked them to do, especially those persons in that area, is to form a group. Those persons from the 3 areas that we had the training is to form a group, put some recommendation, give to Dr. Bird. We got few, and we are working with environment and the other agencies. So that's the first. The consultation, yes, I don't know if it's the time or how soon they got the information before the first consultation at environment, but the turnout was very few. Very, very few. I don't know if it's because of the turnout that they had, but we can't give up, and I can speak to what Martin Dudley said and Nurse Wang and all the others, because we have been working together. But yes, we are at a little better place. How do we step off from that place? What do we do to get where we want to go? So that is something for us to think about. Apart from those things, I think we are in a good place, and we have some persons who are very committed to community work. They are passionate for development, and as we usually say, it's not that we're against development, but we want the development to be in unison with the community so that both the funders and the person who resides there and those who are going to work can be happy. So having said that, I will close at this point and take questions after.
Test. It works. So I brought slides somewhere. I bought slides, but I did not factor in that I would have to hold a mic. I also brought notes on my phone, so I'm abandoning my notes, and that means you run the risk of me carrying on. Oh, works too. Never mind about me carrying on. So goody, for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Alicia George. I am a journalist, the former supervisor, newsroom supervisor at Observer and social media manager. I now run an online website called Island Press Box, but before that, about a year and a half ago, I started an online website called Wadade Unplugged, which focuses, again, strictly on environmental news, all things climate change, so that Antigua and Barbuda and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean can achieve or kind of monitor our goals or where we are in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is a picture of the Western Imperial, where's Martin? So the Special Economic Zone, the second Special Economic Zone, and Raul and a few members of the community gathered to protest, hey, not another Special Economic Zone. I mean, after we had Ida, we're like, come on, it didn't work, dudes. So next slide, please. So my reason for being here is to share with you what a journalist's role is in climate change and all things environmental. Journalists are powerful people. I'm sure everybody can agree. If you don't believe me, ask the Trump supporters that stormed the Capitol building, okay? We're powerful because we control the narrative of a society. If I say that Leroy over there is mischievous and he has something against the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, and I carry that on the radio and 10 people hear me, and they tell 20 more people, and they tell 50, and you know the story is going to change. You have to add on something to it. Next thing you know, he probably beat a woman somewhere, and everybody hates Leroy, right? Everybody hates Leroy. So journalists are very important. Again, we can either make peace, as in stopping a war, or we can cause a war. But I would like to believe that we are responsible and we're not going to start any wars. Right, so as I said, our role as journalists is advocacy and communication, because we are communication specialists. Now, what you're looking at here is a beach in Anegada BVI that was last year, July, where about 30 plus pilot whales, they died. Some of you probably didn't know that. And that's concerning, because that's just about 200 plus miles away from Antigua and Barbuda. But why didn't you know it? Nobody was talking about it. You may have told your sister, but that's probably as far as it went. She probably don't even know what the whales and them for did, or she don't know the purpose. So our purpose, I probably don't even need this. I'm going to ditch this. So our purpose as journalists is to tell the story. You can flip. So these are just some of the photos that were taken. That is one of the pilot whales stuck in a mangrove area, and you see there's scratches and all that. I don't think they ever released a report. Why, thank you. I don't think they ever released a report as to what happened there. So as I said, our role as journalists is to tell the story. That can happen in several ways. We could do podcasts. It's popular. Social media. We can do human interest stories. Sometimes people think, I don't want to say people think, I think for a very long time, in Antigua and Barbuda, and by extension the Eastern Caribbean, the stories that we write as journalists are he say, she say, all right? You say something, this person responds. You don't walk away with anything. What have you learned from that? Nothing. And so people have sort of tuned out from the news because I don't want to hear what you say. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with the price of rice? Cost of living is going up. I don't care what Harold tell Gaston, right? So what I'm trying to do with Wadadli Unplug and Island Press Box is to change the narrative, all right? Give more information, do a little bit more research. Unfortunately, when we try to do in-depth stories, we have to get information from the government. We need statistics. And I'm so sorry, I forgot your name. But she mentioned that there was an information commissioner, and I said, no, there's not. Because somebody was assigned as an information commissioner. And I will tell you how my last conversation went. I wanted some information from the Customs Department regarding something. Obviously, it's statistical data. I need to get it from the Customs Department. So, I called Mr. Hurst. I said, well, how do I get this thing? And he said, well, call Mr. Boudou, who is the Comptroller of Customs. I called Mr. Boudou. Mr. Boudou said, well, the information is there, but I can't give it to you. You should probably call the Information Commissioner. Okay, I called the Information Commissioner. She was overseas, tending to medical issues. She said she wouldn't be back till maybe about 2 weeks. I was okay, well, who do I speak to in the meantime? Because I can't wait on you. My story is not going to wait on you. The people wanting to know my story is not going to wait on you. And there was no one. And that was the end of the conversation. The story never happened. We never got the information. Nobody ever checks up. Nobody ever sees to see if there's a pulse. Nothing. And so what ends up happening a lot of times, and that's why the public is always mad at journalists, and especially observer journalists, because they like to say, oh, that's not what happened. They're just saying what they want. Guess what? We can only report a story from the people who speak to us. If I come to you, if there's a murder in your community, and I come, you live next door, because you know all the people in business, and I come to you and I said, hi, my name is Alicia George, I'm a journalist. Do you mind speaking with me about what happened? I said, me? I don't want to be on TV. I don't want to be on radio. Okay, I go to the neighbor 5 blocks down. He has less information than you, but he's the only person who will speak to me. Guess whose story I'm writing? The person 5 blocks down, right? Now you turn around and you say to me, oh, you're just writing what you want. Well, I wasn't there. You were there and you didn't speak to me. I'm not writing what I want. I'm writing from the viewpoint of the person who spoke to me, right? So in order for journalists to be effective, I say all this to say this, in order for journalists to be effective, we need community participation as well. And Arika said something. She said, you cannot just go to people when you want something. And because of how small our newsrooms are in Antigua, in the Caribbean, it's very difficult to take time to know someone. What I like to do when I interview somebody for the first time is to interview them face to face. But that's not always possible. Sometimes you have a great idea in the newsroom and you think you may have 2-3 days, maybe a week to develop it. But the editor wants it in 4 hours. So what do? You take whatever research you can find, you Google, you call whomever will answer, and you write your story. Unfortunately, that does everybody a disservice. But people need to realize as well, journalism is a business. People love it, yes, but at the end of the day, you have to pay the people who work. So, unfortunately, that's a reality. So what you see here is a very beautiful picture of a mountain chicken. In 2019, I went to Dominica, because I am from Dominica, and I absolutely love nature, right? They are doing a mountain chicken program where they're trying to revive the mountain chicken because they are endangered. They became endangered after the 2017 hurricane season, yay, climate change, right? And so they look for them at night. It was very fun, by the way. They tag them, and they monitor them. So they monitor to see if they have this disease, which is called chytrid. So, you know, they get red and itchy, and eventually they die. So, oh, by the way, just a note bien, this chicken was once our national dish, but unfortunately we had to abandon it and stick to Kalaloo because, you know, it's endangered. Now, this picture right here, Roulier may recognize because he took it and I stole it. And this is mine. I didn't steal it, by the way. He did send it. He sent it to me for a story. So this is the sea urchin. And last year, mid-last year, Roulier can correct me, mid-last year, there was this reoccurrence of a phenomenon that had happened several years back in Jamaica where the sea urchins, they were dying off, nobody knew why. And so we had this happening again. How many of you knew that? Oh my God, 10 people, yeah? So 12 people. So what I did was I interviewed Rulio, Wodadley Unplugged, www.wodadley Unplugged, just shameless plug, that's where you can find it, about what was happening. And it was a different thing because, one, I said, well, I have to cater for different audiences. Some people don't like reading. I personally, if I read something past the first 2 sentences and, you know, it doesn't grip me, then bye. So I made a video. So what I do is I make videos, and then under the video, you find the article. If you want to read it, you read it. If you want to watch it, you watch it. Again, Potworks Dam. This is a thing. And I see all the faces of people who are surprised. This is what Potworks Dam looks like when it's dry. There are fish in the Potworks Dam. Pardon? So that's what they call it. Oh, sorry, that was a funny. I didn't get it, but no, I do. So yeah, they are fish and they're dying. This is a recent picture of the Yida area. I did a documentary in October of 2020. And by the way, shame. I did a documentary on Yida almost 4 years after the project started and it was announced. And some of the questions that were on the documentary, oh my God, where is this happening? I'm sorry, what? Like, people literally did not know that that was happening. But what the documentary did is that it put things into perspective. So if you go on Facebook and you happen to find it, you will see it has about 185 shares and 40,000 direct views because people are watching. So it's never that people don't want to know, it's how the information comes across, again, where journalists come in. How many people know that there are monkeys in Antigua? Less than 12 people this time, making my point, right? So this one was found in Newfield. I think it was the beginning of 2022. No, it didn't escape from a zoo. They are actually out in the wild, and there are about 20 of them, and they're breeding. So this one was earlier, I think the same year in Bethesda, it was pregnant. Baby. So what they're doing, what the monkeys are doing, obviously, because they're out in the bushes, there's not much, doesn't rain, there's not much fruits, anything, so they're invading on farmlands. I spoke to some farmers in the Newfield area who stopped growing certain crops. Because, hey, why am I spending my money to grow these crops and then a monkey coming to eat it? I'm not making any money. Plus, they have to deal with things like predial larceny. That's a hard blow. You know, you take your last dollar, you invest it in your farm, and then you come up with nothing. So this is actually an ongoing project. I've been working on this for about 2 years. I want to get video footage for myself. So for the past 2 years, almost every Sunday, I stake out at Newfield, right, with a Zoom camera, hoping to get the photos myself. But these are very real photos of the monkeys, and they are invasive to Antigua. If you, Barbados, I know some of you maybe have been to Barbados, they're all over the place. We don't want that to happen here. We have enough problems. We don't want to fight with the monkeys for water, for God's sakes. Martin, so with the help of activists like Martin, he probably didn't even know I had this photo. Again, that was at C4. So with the help of activists like Martin, I can be a superhero. Rulio, your photo was here. I'm so sorry. I had Rulio on there. It probably didn't pick up. Rulio is also a hero. Just saying that. But journalists, I like to think of us as a bit of superheroes. It's I like to say it's a thankless job, but I love it. Because sometimes it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. If I work with IHO today and I write a glowing story, and next thing I know, IHO's director steals some money offshore, I gotta have to write that story. You think they like me tomorrow? That's the risk we take. I don't mind. But in order for your stories to be told, every single one of you, because you have great stories, but nobody knows about it, including myself. There were a lot of eye-openers for me. I can't be everywhere all the time. And unfortunately, unlike places like Latin America, where you're gonna tell me your name this time. Aneka said, you know, they would send a freedom of information request 100 times. I have all but 2 in me. You understand? I'm sending 2 requests. If I don't get it, I'm moving on because there are other things happening and I'm just one person. I would love to have a team. I would love to have a group. Any of you with children, cousins, sisters who love the environment and want to intern and want to be a part of something, hook me up. I need help, right? So journalists are doing our part in communication and advocacy to help our children, your children, my children. One of the things, because I've been to at least 2 of IHO's meeting, and Brenda spoke about an environmental consultation with low turnout. They have low turnout too. 1, because people don't know it's happening. Secondly, people don't care because they don't know. In order for you to teach people, you have to reach them where they are. And who you're trying to reach are not necessarily the older folks, but the younger people who feel that they should have an investment and they're not there. So one of the things I actually wanted to work with IHO with, and I haven't gotten it done, sorry, yet, is to put together a small team of young children. And so what we would do, even if it's once a month, we would do short videos. So they would go to the NEM. I know EAG, y'all do stuff like that. You'll bring children on the boats. Right. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So they do that. So what we want to do with that is to create a clubhouse. So it would be aired, for example, on Facebook every Saturday, 1 Saturday in the month. So it's something that children can watch. We want it to be something that can be shown in schools because the children don't know what's going on around them. I have twin boys. They don't even leave the house. I send them outside and they say, Mommy, the sun too hot. So they don't know what's going on in Nema. They don't know that the bee population is depleting. All they know, my throat sore, can I get some honey from the shop? And we have to change that. And in order to change that, work with me. Again, shameless plug. This, I put my number on there. Again, it didn't update. But for those of you who didn't get it earlier, 783-5801. So Island Press Box is more of the general news where we're going to try to do more research pieces like why all of a sudden there is no longer any Antigua Airways. You know, what's going on with that? And for Dudley Unplugged, we want to know, hey, how did monkeys get into our environment and now becoming an issue? How do we get rid of them? You guys can also check out, and my slide is gone, but you can also check out websites like CIJN, as well as MIC, which is the Media Institute for the Caribbean. What they try to do is to bring regional journalists together because there are so little of us. They try to give everybody a platform to tell stories like these, environmental stories, investigative stories. And I know sometimes people call me an investigative reporter, but I like to say I'm barely scraping the surface because there are so many things just in Antigua alone that we can capture that I would love. Again, shameless plug, I'm looking for interns. I can't pay, but you know, it's for a cause. Hook me up. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alicia. We will now have a short, very short, unfortunately, presentation from Mr. Mussington. You would have remembered Mr. Mussington from this morning. He would have told us wonderful, wonderful stories about bees, and he would have alluded to some of the environmental advocacy that he has done thus far in Barbuda. So we'd like to invite Mr. Mussington to the stage.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be short, and I hope I can excite some response and at least at the end of my presentation convince somebody to go down a particular route. Now, I was asked about advocacy and how does that fit into getting what needs to be done in terms of our circumstances, what has worked and why it has worked. Now, let me start by telling you a bit about my background. My background happened to be in science, and quite early I was involved in terms of consultancy work, which has to do with getting up close and personal with the environment. Now, if you reach a stage where you understand and love what the environment is all about, and I hope everybody reaches to that stage, not to consider the environment as something other than who you are. Because the bottom line is the environment is you. And so when you hear environmental problems, the reality is it's problems for me, you, and everybody. So advocacy, in a sense, is self-preservation. What do you do in order to help yourself? Now, going down this road can be rewarding, but it can also be one which offers a lot of challenges, and at times you'll be isolated with regards to figuring that the world is against you. Now, my training, postgraduate work, was in resource management and environmental studies. When I had to go back to school to sit down in those courses, I was basically shocked that one of the compulsory courses that you had to take was law. And I said, wait, I'm here to study about nature and environment. What does that have to do with law? But then I quickly realized that that is the foundation for everything. Because matters that affect you and you affect them, it all boils down to one thing: nuisance. And there's a law of nuisance, which means that your enjoyment, you have the right to enjoy your home, your surroundings, and anyone that interferes with that, then it can be considered a nuisance. And there's a whole branch of law which deals with with those sorts of circumstances. So it's a foundation that you must rest on in terms of advocacy. The other thing I learned in that particular course was the question of speaking out, the question of writing letters, the question of agitating. When you see something, it means that it's affecting you, and you have to look at it from the point of view of a nuisance, and how do you get it to change? You can only get it to change if you, first of all, speak up. Secondly, you have the right, the luxury, the power to write letters. So for example, most things that affect you in life is controlled by government. And some persons think that because you're just John Public, you have no right and nobody will study you. But that letter writing thing is a powerful thing. If Chief Town and Country Planner is not paying attention to the awful smell from my neighbor's backyard, and I speak, and he doesn't respond, then you put it in writing formally. And you write again, and you write again. Sometimes you do not get any response. You write again. Then in one of those letters you say, okay, you're not studying me, I'm going to go public, and there comes in the press. And I make the letter that I write public. So now everybody knows that I have a problem. I am addressing the person who may be responsible for getting something done with that problem, and that person isn't answering me. So that's the step you have to go down the road. It may take several attempts in terms of writing to get the attention of whoever, but at some point, you may need to take legal action, because the law of nuisance is all-encompassing. There are certain fundamental rights that you have as an individual, It's wonderful now that at this stage, the right to a clean and healthy environment is now considered as a universal human right. Okay, so that's another added benefit that you have. So once somebody is infringing on your right, you can now take legal action. And that's the next step. And in your legal challenge, in order to illustrate your position, those letters are going to come in handy. And it's not just letters from you personally. Those letters now have been made public. And so you have grounds to show that, look, this is a problem. This is how I've attempted to address it. And I have not received any response. I now have to take the legal action. And legal action is available to any and everybody. All right? We need to use the courts in terms of getting what we need done. The other aspect of advocacy that has worked for me, and today we're so lucky. Years gone by, for you to get any awareness out there of anybody looking at what you're doing and hearing what you're feeling, you have to go and write newspaper articles or letters to the editors. Nowadays, it's a dick. Facebook, everybody see. Instagram, WhatsApp. All these things are tools at your disposal now. And one thing that many persons will agree, nobody likes to feel ashamed. And if you're sitting as head of a department and you have an obligation to do something and everybody see that you're not doing a job, then that is more or less instigation for you to get up and act in it. So speaking up, writing, taking legal action, using social media. Those are the things that stand out. We have other tools at our disposal. Nowadays, you see the rubbish dump somewhere or somebody littering. You can always take a picture, and you can blow that up so well that you can name and shame and get your problems addressed. Now, advocacy comes with its downside, in that you are up against, in many instances, governments and bureaucracies that they do not like little people messing with them. And sometimes things will be done against you in order for you to just shut up and go away. Now, you have to protect yourself against that. And one of the best protection you have is community. Letting other persons know what is going on. Building awareness as to what is happening. In some countries, this kickback from governments and big corporations takes the form of persons losing their lives. And that is why the Escazu agreement now is such a good thing if it can be made to work properly, in that it recognizes your legal rights to protection when you speak out against problems. Because at the end of the day, quite often, many of the problems that we face with regards to environmental abuse comes from big corporations, big money, persons who only see billions of dollars at the end of the day. And you, little person who wants to prevent persons from getting those big monies, you become a problem. And when you become a problem, persons go the distance in some instances to hush you up, and it can get physical, and it can end in your life going somewhere else. Now, okay, so, yes. And so, for us, we are not there yet, but it's not a stretch of the imagination that we would not get there. The only defense we have under those circumstances is to shine the light of the public as to what is going on. Do not remain quiet. Spread the awareness in terms of what you're going through as far and wide as possible. And at the end of the day, stick to it. Because you must realize that you are part of the environment, I am part of the environment. Anything that's going to be affected now, it will eventually affect me. And when we work together, one voice may be ignored, but thousands of voices, you just cannot ignore that. So let me stop there in terms of my journey and the experiences going through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mussington, and thank you to all of our panelists. Did you all hear the running theme from all the panelists? Community, stick-to-itiveness, working together, intersectionality. You know, you scratch your back, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. That was something that was a running thread that was common through all of the panelists. They all spoke about the need to come to people and, don't just take from them, but you also have to have something to give in order to get environmental advocacy to work. I think we can open up the floor for some questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? We're going to do Nurse Wong first. She first put up a hand.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nicholas, and thank you to the panelists. Mr. Mussington, earlier today you spoke about the concept of in good standing. I'll be very grateful if you can expand a little more on that for us. In Guyana, there was a recent challenge, and the citizens won the challenge about the oil spill and Exxon and all the rest of it. Those persons were, based on what I read, in the nearby environment, so they were being directly affected. But I've also known of other successful cases where persons were not living in the environment but could have proven how they would have been affected. So if you could expand a little on good standing for us, I'll appreciate it greatly.
Okay. The legal minds would tell you it's locus standi. Okay. In other words, whether or not you have standing. So the concept behind it is this. I don't live in Fitch's Creek. There's a nice, beautiful house up there. And there is someone apparently going up and marking with a crayon on the wall. If I jump up and say, stop marking on that wall, I'm going to carry you to court to stop you from marking on the wall, the judge might tell me, what business is that of yours? You don't have any interest there, so why are you concerning yourself about that? Now, in the context of environmental matters, what we've often run into in Antigua and Barbuda, and I think it started with the Dato Tan affair, where one individual took the government to court with regards to that development. He lost on that question of locus standi, because what the court is telling him, you don't own anything there. It's not your concern. You're not affected or impacted by it. So who are you to be bringing an action there? The difference now in terms of our fight now is that when you're dealing with matters of the environment, I may not live in that nice house up there, but it may just be that the crayon which that person is marking contains lead or some other noxious substance, and when the rain comes and it washes it on into the ground, it goes down in the gutter, comes down to the pond or waterway or the beach where I swim 10 miles away, and it poisons me. And so that's the concept we have to understand in terms of how things affect us in the environment. It might not be a direct effect, but the fact that we are part of an ecosystem, we are all interrelated, these mushroom effects will eventually impact you. And that's why how we look at the climate crisis, for example, it's a global issue, because what you do somewhere else or what you do locally will mushroom and affect everyone else. And that's how the concept of locus standi, governments try to use it to hush us up. But we need to get beyond that and prove the connectedness and how things impact and mushroom and the domino effect. Okay?
Good afternoon. I want to try to talk to the panel, but especially you, sir. Is there a code of ethics in dealing with advocacy in action, especially when dealing with stakeholders like partners? And I'll give an example. My group made a presentation at a function a couple months back. Also, there was another well-known group, and the leader attempted to discredit the work of my organization based on our focus. And literally try to shame us in representing the issue, which is the issue of climate change and the impact it has on people with disabilities. But the person thought that we should not have raised that issue because we're always showing the negative. And that came out to be very harsh, and we asked ourselves, will we ever partner with that group again? Can that group call us to be a part of anything again? Is there a cutoff or an ethic when we're dealing with advocacy in action, especially when, you know, your partner is here fighting for their lives, and you're shaming them for doing that at a point that you figure that they shouldn't. So I would like to know whether it's in writing or in video, when enough is enough, especially when talking about your partner, your stakeholder, that you could, you know, sit down with. And that's something I would like to know, because we felt at that time that our issue and the impact on climate change has on life of people with disabilities is something relevant to us. But that stakeholder believed that it shouldn't came out and downplay it in a very disrespectful manner, and we decided we'll never work with that group again. Can call us, we will never work with that group again, because that group disregard the vulnerability of our community, even though all of us are blowing the same trumpet, saying the same thing. And so I would like to know when enough is enough, or if there's a code of ethics that all of us should follow when dealing with the issues, especially when the issue concerns the stakeholders that you call on to work with on a, you know, continuous basis. I would like to know that.
Well, for me, I would say that bottom line, you have to recognize that you're part of a community and different organizations. For you to achieve something, you have to cooperate and work with other organizations. And the ethic will simply be to bear in mind that realization that interdependency is there, and you support me even though it might not affect you directly, but your support in terms of the overall good. And that's the ethical thing behind it. Not because you don't have personal interests or your group is not concerned about that, but the other group is, it's support. I don't know what the other panelists may think on that, but that's my feelings in it.
I've been there, Bernard, where, you know, you're working along with an organization and you don't necessarily, your thoughts don't necessarily align. I think that there are multiple ways to do that. I think that's how you kind of manage relationships anyway. I don't personally believe in cutting off people without explaining or having a conversation first. I think that very often we don't speak and we don't explain in private what our issues are. Sometimes we use public fora to kind of just, well, I'm going to tell you now, wow. And you tell them where they mother find them, and when you finish, you can't walk it back, right? I personally, I have always been the person to, I will hear you, I might be very upset about it, but then what we've done is we'll have a meeting with you in private, have a conversation. Can we agree to disagree but still work together? If the person persists, I think then you can say, well, you know, respectfully, let us part ways. But I don't think that at the very first instance that I don't believe that your first instance should be goodbye. I think that you must be able to find community, but have the conversation in private, not with multiple people watching you and hearing you, because that is when people become more defensive.
Great. So I just want to say, from the point of a journalist, sometimes you have to find a different strategy outside of cutting out people, because you may need them in the future. So I'll give you an example. The Department of Environment had consultations to build the bridge at Cashew Hill, right, to prevent flooding during trough systems or just times where it rains a lot, rare occasions, where it rains a lot. And that's an okay story, right? You just, hey, they built a bridge over there. But what I did instead was there was a man who lived directly next to the bridge. I was talking to him, I did a video. He walked me through his house and he said, hey, the last time there was a trough system, this is what happened to me. And so we walked outside, he showed me what was flooded, what he could do, People respond better when they see it for themselves, which is why I always say doing human interest stories, it's better than just writing something that happened. So if that didn't work out for you, I would have suggested that if you have a friend or a coworker who was directly impacted by climate change, whether the sun was too hot, whether they live in an area where there's a sinkhole and it was caused by XYZ, you could tell that story instead. People will relate better, and then again you have a community on your side, so the next time you go to that organization and you say, hey, well, we want to talk about that because it affects us, you have a backing of people who say, well, didn't you see the video or didn't you read the article where XYZ happened to that person?
My quick response to is that in all groups and all organizations, you're going to find persons with personality issues, and what we need to do is to think of the bigger picture. Think of the vulnerable persons, think of the development, think of how we can help them, and find a common ground where, and as one person say in private, yes, because people tend to get offended. It's like an insult, because you could have called me and tell me X, Y, Z instead of shouting. And when you're dealing with vulnerable persons who have already have a situation, you have to be not using a knitted glove, but caring, humility, so that you can be of some sort of assistance to the group and everybody will come out win-win.
My question is for Ms. Odlum. I hear training at IHO. I hear 80 women beekeeping. My first question, where are they today? My second question is, in terms of collaboration, I hear we have beekeeping in Barbuda, training was done there. God Center does quite a bit of training to include creating a manual for our beekeeping courses. Where are the women today? Any businesses were developed from those beekeeping training that were received? You know, did they receive anything that we would call it startup kits? And how do you map where they are to see whether or not a participant sold the kit and not really, you know, use the kit for the purpose intended?
Okay, very good questions. Yes, they are still functioning. They have formed themselves a woman cooperative. They work closely with the men. He had to leave, but he will be able to, what is his name? Brent, Mr. Georges, yes. Brent has been working with, because they had a very active one before, and he's the one who is monitoring that particular one. Yes, they got seed money. Yes, they made products, and they're continuing. And the next step for them is to train some young girls, because, they are the funding based on where it came from is specifically for women. And continuously, the women have to train girls. So 1 or 2 dropped out, but it was more, we got more application than we could. We got about 90-something application, and there was only funding for about 50 plus. So yes, the mother care program, we were able to train them to be good mothers, to put them in areas where they could work, because some of them were persons who were illiterate. Well, yes, it was. They were illiterate. So we had to get them into private classes. We had big mothers, young, but they couldn't read and write. And we realized that that was an issue, and we were able to put some in jobs. All did not continue because about 2 or 3 of them on their third babies, but we didn't get all, but we got some. And they have been doing some of the different, I think one of them, not calling name because we don't do that, were referred to one of the GAD program. So we continue to monitor them. We don't get all, but we got most of it. What was the other part of? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because when she was actually approaching the donor for the opportunity, I recall receiving a phone call asking to reference this person. So when we actually reached out to send a list, we never got a response back, and there were women who wanted to participate. So I speak about collaboration between partners who are in a relationship, because I heard that yesterday and today. And, how do you bring partners and beneficiaries from organizations so they also benefit from other opportunities that are of the same common, let me say, intent, let's put it that way.
Okay, you're correct, but the fact is, it was Mr. Brent and Sylvanita Joseph. We got them because they were already in B training, so they were the one who run that program. Whatever name came to us, some names came to me and I just send them to them. We only seek for the funding and seek for the packages, and we had to prepare for their graduation and things of that nature. But we did not have anything per se. We sourced the fund. The Beekeepers Association was the one who dealt with it. Agriculture assisted in terms of some, I'm not sure whether it's financial or sending lecturers. But apart from being there, having observed some of the interviews, I only went back once to see them in action, and I went to deliver the certificates. So it was not us. And I want to believe that because Dr. Bird is very prompt, she may have been receiving so many applications, knowing that there was a cutoff point. So I'm not saying that they should not have responded, but that could have been it, because she had planned to see if she could get a second phase of funding, since that was so highly required so much, so to speak. Oh, 6. Thank you, because I didn't get that feedback. Thanks. Thanks. Mm-hmm. But we do have somebody who take all this information because, as Anika said, advocacy and how we were able to be so successful in getting all these funding. We had to do documentaries, pictures, start to finish, registration, them in action, different things, and a story to send to the funders. So everything that we do, sometimes person may figure, oh, you're always in the news, you love on TV, but you have to sell what you're doing. And this is how you get the buy-in, both from the community residents and from the other stakeholders.
Thank you for underscoring the importance of building and maintaining community. We have time for one single question. So Ruli will make this a very good question. We have to wrap up the session. Very much pressure.
This is a question for the entire panel. Considering the room and the young people and the potentially new advocates that you have in the room, what advice would you give, considering the things that you guys have gone through with your advocacy as it relates to environmental issues, to encourage us in pursuing this advocacy, and keeping in mind that there can be negative kickbacks from some of this advocacy, especially if you're looking at career and that kind of thing? There are potential implications. And I think as a panel, there's a wide variety of experience here. So this is a question to the entire panel. What kind of advice would you give to young or new advocates?
Don't all jump at once. Let's start from the left. Let's start with Arika.
Okay, so in one sentence,
yes, in one
I
sentence.
say that EAG has a discipline of hope. So our thing is that while we recognize that, yes, there are things that don't go well, we also recognize that there are things that go very well. Focus on the things that go well. It's okay if things don't go perfectly, but feel accomplished in the good things that you've done and allow for yourself to get better in the things that didn't go as well. That's all I can offer.
Perseverance, don't give up.
Short and sweet.
If you want a career in journalism, I would say weigh the options. If you are okay being silent on issues that affect everyone, including your family, then, I mean, it's not the career for you. But if you want to give a voice to people who are voiceless, but who need to be heard, then journalism is for you.
My advice is this. If you prefer, and I don't see how anyone could prefer to spend the rest of their lives sitting at a desk, not seeing sunshine, smelling fresh breezes, not getting new experiences about plants, animals, places, that sort of thing. In other words, living. If you want to live and live close to nature and enjoy yourself and be healthy, then go for advocacy and trying to help to protect you as the environment. That's my advice.
Let's give a big round of applause to our panel for giving us some thoughts to chew on. I'd now like to pass the mic back to the real master of ceremonies, or Shano, or Arika.
I should have passed it on to Shana, for real. She behind it, she done. All right. So we are long past our time. It's 3:15. I want to say thank you to all of you for coming out to Ecco 2023. I think it has been great. I'm not going to ask you to say a round of applause as yet. The last thing that we had hoped to have as a part of our session was what happens next. I think we've had a really great conversations over the past 2 days, but I don't want the next time that I see you is next year, January. Okay? I don't think that makes any sense. If we're going to have a relationship with one another, I can't see you once a year. What is that? No, but I don't want to have a long distance relationship, Miss Wang. Okay? I don't want that. I want to be close to you. So how can we continue this relationship? And just spitball some 2 ideas, 3 ideas, and then we'll take it and we'll agree to those and we'll move on. Martin has one. You can't have it without a mic.
Something small like a WhatsApp group on the various subjects like advocacy, because it covers a lot of things, and a meetup once every 2 months, 4 weeks. I don't know.
Okay,
informal.
so WhatsApp group, and or we can meet up every 2 months, okay, to keep ourselves together. Combine the two together, WhatsApp group and meeting often. Okay, Rafika, you have to wait for the mic, please.
Climate Action Team, Antigua Barbuda.
Right, so there's a climate action team that was formed last January. There are only a few people who continued on with that team. I think we have 6 or 7 members. 6 or 7 agencies. So if you are interested in signing up for the climate action team, please speak with Rafika. This is one way that we can find a way to work together through partnership. One other idea, anybody in the room? Yes, Miss Odlum, you have to wait for the mic.
The next consultation that will be at environment. I would like to see almost everybody in here at that consultation because it's taking it to another level. This is where we're going to discuss the next step from the Escazu, and then we will take it from there instead of coming back another workshop and whatever. We need your input in those consultations.
All right, great. So far, 3 things. The last thing from Bernard. So the first one was a WhatsApp group and meet every 2 months. Second one was climate action team. Third one was join IHO for their consultation that will happen at the Department of Environment at a date that they will let us know outside. Yes.
Yes, I like the idea of the WhatsApp group because the ABAPD has.
Is it a full suggestion? He has 2 seconds.
Okay, the ABAPD has a running project sponsored by the Jeff Small Gun program, and we could do with some volunteers up there to come and help us. So if you want to connect, come and see us.
So we have some field trips. We have a field trip too.
No, we don't want field trip now. We
You
want
want
people to
volunteer.
come and work on the site and help us because many of our people are challenged, and we can teach a lot about environmental issues. We have all sort of insect, bees, up there that is just flourishing because of our natural. We don't use chemical.
Okay, great. So we have. Thank you. So we have. Opportunity to volunteer with organizations. If you are interested in volunteerism, then find Bernard so you can sign up with him. Everybody may not do it. Find at least 2 people who can volunteer with you. And if you're offering training, there's also the potential to join up with Sweets Village Uncovered to go on their field trip. Youth Today has options for them to share with young people. They actually do a really amazing job on social media. So whenever you're thinking about you need volunteers, you need people to kind of jump onto your programs, talk to Youth Today. They're going to wave their hands right now so that you see who they are, and you're going to make sure you're going to talk to them. So great. I think that the idea that Martin and Rafika had is kind of this almost the same thing, the whole idea of meeting together more often. I don't know if we can really do it every 2 months. Can we say that we can meet twice a year? And it's not going to be on EAG's dime. I can assure you that these past 2 days are expensive. All right? So we've had to raise funding for this. I'm sure we can all find a common place to meet. We live at the Museum of Antigua and Barbuda. That is where our office presently is. Pray God that we will eventually be able to go somewhere else. But until that time, the gallery is available and we may meet there. So, are those ideas agreeable to all? So we're also going to jump on top of Youth Today and their option for getting some volunteers from young people because we want young people involved, right? Excellent. All right. Thank you for being here today. And I just want to remind you that Ecco does kind of continue tomorrow. Tomorrow we have our Green Job Symposium. It's going to be on YouTube. So it's not for you here. I'm sorry, guys. You're going to watch it online. Go online. Go on the Environmental Awareness Group Antigua on our YouTube channel. You'll get to watch it streaming online from 10:30 to 11:30. We have 8 experts from different fields within the environment, different careers within the environmental field who'll be speaking to young people. We have young people who'll be in person, young people who'll be on YouTube. So just watch. And for those of you who have not registered for Ecco Connect, tomorrow evening is our cocktail. Trust me, if you don't register, I cannot cover you. So please make sure that you are registered for tomorrow's cocktail. It starts at 7 right here. You don't have to be full on dan, but look cute. And come and have a great time. I want to end today. Oh, yes, Miss Odlum. Yes, so if you didn't register at all, I counted my registration now. No, if you registered already, you're good. Don't show up tomorrow if you did not register, is what I'm saying. Okay, because as NGOs and CSOs, we know these things cost. Right. All right. I want to say thank you again to all of our sponsors, to the British High Commission, to the OECS Biospace Project, the Department of Environment, to the WISE Foundation, and for general support from Jeff Small Grants Program. We're very appreciative to them because without all of them, this does not happen. And this is how I want to end today. Do you all know that song from church, Won't You Greet Somebody in Jesus' Name? Won't you tell them that you love them in Jesus' name? And you go wrong and you give people a hug? Can we do that as our goodbye? All right, so we're going to...
Won't you greet
Shannon's
somebody in Jesus' name?
Hold on, Shannon. And
Yes, I'm a
remember
church
that
girl.
remember that the clinic continues for those of you who have registered.
Where Freetown to go?
So, Shannon, start
Wait.
it up.
Well, how the church music starts and Freetown and left.
And you know, Freetown probably sing their Sankey. Right?
Won't you greet somebody in Jesus' name?
Won't you
Tell them that you love them
in Jesus'
Tell them we can work together in Ecco's name. Everybody smile. We love Ecco. Everybody smile. We love Ecco. Won't you greet somebody with partnership? Won't you tell them that you love them in partnership? Tell them we can work together and collaborate. Everybody smile. We love Ecco. Everybody smile. We love Ecco. And I also want to say something else. I want to big up everybody at Casa Palmadita for being such an amazing host. Thank big up to the staff. Carlisle gone home. But big up to Miss Shepherd and all of the team for taking such a I'm sure y'all like the venue and the food. So we have to big up them, big up Chazo Media because they've been streaming and dealing with that. And of course, big up Kabu Brand. Y'all have been getting big up our photographer. We will be sharing those photos. So please make sure to look out for them. So big up to all of our service providers. Big up to the EAG staff. Big up everybody for coming, and we appreciate you. Chaz, you can take it away with the music.